artsphilly.org. We'll start with another Blake Lively story, and this one's kind of interesting. It's her brother-in-law, a guy named Bart Johnson. He's apologized for making unkind comments about Justin Baldini on social media. He said, anytime I've said anything unkind about someone, I've regretted it. It's below the standard I have for myself, and I regret it. This is him posting this on social media. He had previously called Baldini a fraud, sharing, quote, he puts on the costume of a hero, man bun and all, used all of the trendy catchphrases and buzzwords for his podcast. None of it's genuine. And he has deleted that post. The comments come amid the legal battle between Lively and Baldini. And, of course, Lively has accused Baldini of sexual harassment, and he countersued with a $400 million suit. Pre-trial conference is set for February 12th.
Man, this thing is going to go on forever.
Yep. All right. This is interesting. You don't hear this name often anymore. Monica Lewinsky is stepping into a new chapter, and she is asking the tough questions. It's her podcast called Reclaiming with Monica Lewinsky. Comes out on February 18th, and will explore stories of people taking back what was lost. And
inspiring.
Reflecting on her own journey, she tells Vanity Fair, I feel very ready to step into all of me more publicly. She poked fun at herself, admitting that she felt late to the podcasting trend. She said, I was joking that maybe I would call the podcast I'm the Last Person to Start a Podcast. But now she's fully embracing the format. Each episode will feature a moment for guests to reveal something that they've been working to reclaim, whether it's a feeling, experience, or even a physical object. And she wants listeners to find what she says are nuggets that they might be able to take away to help them. She added, I want to have a show that felt like people could come and find their own experience in it.
Okay.
I paused after I said I wanted a show that felt like people could come and find their own experience in it.
She is getting all sorts of cigar endorsements.
I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
She is welcoming stars like Molly Ringwald, Kara Swisher, and Alan Cumming right out of the gate. As far as whether Amanda Knox, her co-producer on an upcoming Hulu series, will appear, she sidestepped that idea, adding, I'm very excited for the people to get to see the show. All right, this is a lot of fun, and you guys called it. Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal are back at Katz's Deli more than 35 years after When Harry Met Sally had introduced one of the most quoted scenes in rom-com history. Ryan and Crystal reunited in a Super Bowl commercial, and it is for Hellmann's Mayonnaise. The ad sees the pair reviving the 1989 movie's title characters at the New York City Deli, where Harry tells Sally, I can't believe they let us back in this place. And she says, why? And he goes, hello. And she goes, nobody remembers that.
Right.
So they're playing on the whole thing. It's great. I thought it was really well done. They're referring to the faked orgasm scene. The ad shows her, they bite into their sandwiches, and then she goes, this isn't doing it. And, of course, she grabs some Hellmann mayonnaise and put it on, and you can figure out what happens after that. But here's the kicker, and if you don't want to know the spoiler alert at the end, the little tag, somebody's got to say, I'll have what she's having.
That's the whole button to the thing.
And it's Sydney Sweeney.
Right.
Who does it, which is fun. Crystal tells people the timing was right to revisit the beloved movie. He said it was our 35th anniversary of the film, and it's the first time that we've been offered something like that. He says it's a really fun idea, and the approach is right. Have you guys heard about this thing with the sweater that Billy wears in the movie?
Oh, no, what?
It's apparently taking off.
Super trendy now.
As a trend. And at one point he wears, I think it's called like a sailor sweater. It's a big cable knit white sweater. I think it's when he's doing the pecan pie scene where they're doing that. And so there's a scene of them together wearing it. And apparently this is one of these things that's taking off. Oh, he's wearing it in the commercial.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're looking at it right now.
I love it.
So that, I do too. I love it. I'm wearing a kind of similar sweater, but not the same pattern. But I love those big knitted sweaters.
Right.
And so this is taking off.
It's Billy Crystal.
As a fashion
Yeah.
It's got a name to it. I forgot what it is. It's like the hairy
Chunky
sweater.
white fisherman knit sweater.
Yes. But there's a trend. There's a name for the fashion trend, Kathy.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's
Guys, how much does that cost? Because I
mean, you can get, that's pretty like traditional. You can get that anywhere for any price. I'm sure like Gap has it. Target probably has something.
I'm telling you, man.
Standard apparel.
I had this Eddie Bauer sweater. It was just a plainish sweater, and I lost it.
What?
Was, when I got roofied at Copa Banana, and I lost.
And they
that
wanted the sweater?
Roofied.
Yeah.
Preston, a cable knit sweater. Is that what you're looking for?
No. It's called Billy Crystal Core.
Billy Crystal
Yeah,
Core.
so it's like a trendy name
Got it,
as
sorry.
well that's happening.
I had a cable knit sweater design on my nails last week.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
Just letting you know.
Case, that would look good on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You look like a sailor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so
Irish springtime.
he said they were so respectful of the movie and of the scene, too, referring to Hellman's. He said they came to us with just an enormous amount of respect for that, the source material and the characters. As for sitting across the table from each other in the same restaurant, once again, Crystal said it felt the same. Ryan remembers the shoot of the original scene lasting all day, during which he experienced a lot of trepidation and nerves. She said, initially, I was like, oh, what are these sounds going to be? All the levels. I don't know if I'm going to get help. And for guidance, Rob Reiner offered it. And she said Rob had so many significant and interesting sounds to inspire me. And Billy said he did one, and he took me aside, or apparently he like was
feeding her,
showing her how he wanted it done. And he pulled Billy aside, and he said, oh, my God, I shouldn't have done that. I just had an orgasm in front of my mother. But they also agreed that Sydney Sweeney does the line justice in the commercial. Crystal said she's adorable. That's a big deal. That's an iconic line, and it's a big honor to get to do that, and a heavy burden.
There was an extended scene where she is faking the orgasm and Crystal is spraying the Hellmann's on her chest.
Oh, my God.
And they thought that might have been too much.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Super Bowl. You got to push the envelope a little bit.
If you want to make a splash.
Yeah. Hey, I was really sad to see this morning. A massive stroke suffered earlier this month has landed former MTV VJ Matt Pinfield in a conservatorship. According to reports, Pinfield suffered a stroke on January 6th after ending various health struggles over the years. His daughter Jessica filed for conservatorship to manage his health and financial decisions over concerns that his girlfriend may withdraw his money.
This is so sad. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
And he was actually, we were in a survey of top shows, we came in first for the Rock Morning Show, and he was in that list as well, Preston. But he also had a massive 180. He used to be very overweight. He trimmed down. He's been exercising and doing everything right. It's so horrific that this comes now.
Yeah, he was the face of MTV's alternative programming, serving as a host of the channel's 120 Minutes. After MTV, he worked as a record company executive, as well as having several gigs in Southern California radio. So it was really sad to see that, man. It's just, you know what? I don't know how old he is.
I didn't realize that it was that bad for a conservatorship, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess once you are unable to physically care for yourself, you need somebody to do it. 63 years old, Case. That's sad news. Very sad. Let's see. What else we want to get to? No more negativity. Let's do something.
Be happy.
Let's do something fun. Logan Paul is missing a $300,000 worth of watches. Yeah.
Watches?
Yeah, he's thinking some TSA agents may have lifted them from his luggage. On his vlog with his brother Jake, he informed Jake that the $50,000 watch he gave him as a gift was gone, and he alleges the expensive timepiece were stolen at the airport. He said, I have reason to believe someone opened my bag during TSA and nabbed it out of there.
I mean, if you are traveling with a $50,000 watch, wear it. Wear it.
He said, I don't want to point any fingers, but those mother effers definitely took it, allegedly. Wait, he said they definitely took it, allegedly.
Those mother effers, maybe.
In my opinion. So TMZ reached out to United Airlines and was told that the matter was currently under investigation.
My dad had stuff taken from him through TSA.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
Was it a $50,000 watch?
No, but it was his wallet with cash in it, and it was kind of just the clip. Like, it wasn't in a wallet; it was in a clip. And when it went through, nobody stopped, nobody checked anything, And when he got to it, when it got to him, the money was gone and all the cards were still in it.
So when I'm taking stuff out of my pockets, I put it deep into
I know,
a shoe,
into something.
I don't just set it there.
I agree.
But what a massive risk to take if you're a TSA agent that's stealing stuff right out of that. I mean, that's gonna. Be so
well, especially when you say somebody stole my watch, and then he holds up a $50,000 watch on his wrist and says, "When did it occur?"
Right, exactly. So, M. Night Shyamalan is back with a new mysterious project, and this time he's actually teaming up with the Notebook writer Nicholas Sparks and actor Jake Gyllenhaal.
Interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, sources say Gyllenhaal will star in Shyamalan's upcoming supernatural romantic thriller based on an original story co-created with Sparks. This also apparently is the first time that Shyamalan will work with a high-profile writer on an idea. So it's usually Knight writes all the stuff.
So The Notebook meets The Happening meets Roadhouse.
I love it. Gyllenhaal, this follows a huge year. It included his Roadhouse remake, a Golden Globe nomination role in Presumed Innocent, and an upcoming Broadway performance alongside Denzel Washington. Meanwhile, Sparks' latest novel, Counting Miracles, just debuted at #1 on the New York Times bestseller list and is set to be adapted into a film by Amazon.
So to be honest, I think Knight works best when he collaborates with other writers.
Yeah.
I think he does.
So we'll look forward to that, and maybe we'll have a chance to talk to Knight sometime in the near future. Staying local, a documentary series about a politically split Bucks County community is set to premiere at the Sundance Film Festival on Tuesday. It's called Bucks County, USA. That's the name of it, straight up. And it chronicles one painfully divided community that spirals into a battleground for distrust and personal attacks after the COVID-19 pandemic strikes, is according to the film synopsis.
Let's go.
It got so bad that the New York Times wrote about it. I mean, and it was specifically they've now made a movie about it.
Yeah.
Are there zombies involved?
It's going to be a series, Kathy. Actually, it's going to be a series.
Oh, sorry,
It's
made a
a
series.
5-part docuseries.
Kathy, you can get out on this.
You
could be their Real Housewife.
As politically opposed leaders vie for school board control and policymaking power, Oscar-winning director Barry Levinson and Robert May place 14-year-old best friends Evie and Vanessa at the center of the growing contention. The two teenagers closely observe as their parents and community splinter over differing political beliefs. They see county officials and residents fight over COVID-19 safety measures, including the move to virtual learning, mask requirements, and other mitigation practices. Some parents even face threats for their support of the safety proposals. But instead of their families opposing political views affecting their friendships, Evie and Vanessa show their community how it's possible to find common ground. Levinson and May visited the swing county in late 2021 after listening to an episode of the New York Times podcast, The Daily, which focused on school board battles in the once idyllic area. Once there, the two directors discovered plenty of political discord and a clear direction for the project that they started filming in 2022. It's gonna premiere. When do they have this set? You know what? I don't know, but it's going to be at Sundance next week.
So this is cool that they're looking for stories in and around the area. I would make an entire documentary on this basketball court in the parking lot in the back. There's a multitude of stories there.
Bucks County, USA shifts from COVID-19 to a whirlwind of other hot-button political topics because it got hairy there for a while, not just over COVID, but then you have LGBTQ plus rights, racism, sexualization, book banning, religion, and the 2024 presidential election. So this will be very, very interesting. So the festival is going to present the first 2 episodes and preview future installments of the series. So that'll be out before you know it. Very, very interesting. Let me see. A couple other things I wanted to mention. Elliot Page, Pageboy Productions, has acquired the rights to adapt the video game Beyond Two Souls into a TV series. You familiar with this game?
I am not familiar with Beyond Two Souls.
Page,
I know Frogger.
Likely knows their way around the story, considering they starred in the video game when it came out in 2013. It follows Jodie Holmes, played by Paige, who possesses supernatural abilities and is knee-deep in both government conspiracies and the supernatural. Paige described filming the game as one of the most challenging and fulfilling acting experiences of my career and aims to create a unique vision of the characters and their journeys. And the video game also starred Willem Dafoe as a researcher in the Department of Paranormal Activity. So they got some big names to be.
I'm liking where it's going
in that game.
I wasn't happy with the way the Umbrella Academy wrapped up. I think
I didn't even watch it, man, and we devoted a lot of time into that.
Yeah,
and it started getting too confusing for me.
So I jumped in because I was doing this interview and really finished everything, with one of the cast members, and it was very good. But watching that final season, which was a truncated season, I think that was the issue. They didn't have time to flesh out all that stuff. But you're right. Once you get into multiverses, I have a massive migraine.
Yeah. All right, let's see. 2 more quick things. Nielsen has come out with their measurements for the most streamed shows of 2024. There are a lot of big shows last year grabbing everyone's attention. Young Sheldon was watched for 32.08 billion minutes.
Wow.
Family Guy had 42.44 billion minutes streamed, and Grey's Anatomy was the second most streamed show last year with 47.85 billion minutes watched. But it was Bluey that got the crown last year, with the animated show racking up a staggering 55.62 billion minutes of streaming in 2024.
So you're telling me that the average child watched that for how many billions of minutes?
Yeah, 55.62 billion minutes. No, but it's typical of a popular kid show. You just turn it on and leave it on.
Yes.
Set it and forget it.
Mommy's going for tequila time.
Mommy's having margaritas. Jace has watched Sheldon twice, like all the way through.
Young Sheldon?
He loves it. Young Sheldon. He loves it so much.
Nice. All right, and then one last thing. Speaking of kid shows, BET has started development in its very first animated series. It's called Lil Kev, and it's based on the childhood of series star Kevin Hart. Little Kev.
Okay.
Kevin Hart, and it'll take place in Philadelphia. He will executive produce, while Wanda Sykes will play his mother, Nancy, and Dion Cole will play Uncle Richard Jr.
That's cool. 2 Philadelphia stars who ignore us.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, no, Kevin doesn't ignore us. We've had him here before.
All right, his people.
But now
Wanda, never. Not one time have we spoken to Wanda Sykes.
Never.
In all
And
these
we
years.
had I had a direct contact with her. She was saying, "You need to go on this show. They're great. You're going to love them." And
Son of a bitch.
Come on,
Right
Wanda.
media.
So the half-hour series is set in North Philly in 1993 and centers on Hart as a 12-year-old. Lil Kev is expected to premiere this spring.
You know what? It would really sting with the Wanda Sykes thing if we didn't have that close friendship with Bradley Cooper.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know. We can always have that to go
Yeah.
back to. All right, so we can roll the clips. For a major TV moment in Elizabeth, there were some scenes, some scene work challenges. And here, Carrie Preston talks about vying for that perfect take.
You want to rise up to great writing, and you want to be able to. We knew this scene was great on paper, and we wanted to, make sure that it came across.
Shut up, dummy.
A new episode of Elizabeth airs tonight on CBS. Here's our next clip. Trying to get authentic laughs for each episode of The Impractical Jokers is a tough feat, but here James Murray describes how natural the comedy is.
Wait. I'm
want to-
sorry. My bad.
Okay,
What the hell?
Say it again.
here it is.
When Sal falls through the chair in the job interview, I had tears pouring down my face. Our makeup artist on set had to redo the whole thing after his turn because it's just so funny, you know?
Yeah.
I literally, after that moment, I turned to Q. I was like, we can't do anything else. This is the funniest. This is so much fun.
New episode of Impractical Jokers airs tonight. That's on TBS. And there you go. Your entertainment report for today. All right, so I've decided we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We're going to make an announcement.
Yes, we are.
About something we have going on concerning the game coming up. And ladies and gentlemen, BirdBot is like this close to being ready to hit in the road. We're planning on doing this tomorrow morning. If you're not familiar with BirdBot, it is a creation that we came up with on the heels of this thing called Hitchbot, and then we did a version of it called Popebot. But anyhow, BirdBot is a small, but medium-sized contraption that represents the Eagles, and it is put into the hands of the public. We are sending this out. The goal is to eventually to get it to New Orleans on an honor system, okay? So we are releasing him into the wild, and he's going to circulate around Philadelphia through the weekend into some of next week, and then we are going to ask those who are driving to New Orleans to take him on a ride.
So, yeah, absolutely. That's key, because the first time we did it, you know what happened? We won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So the idea is that goodwill that Philadelphia is going to imbue BirdBot 2.0 with will help affect the future. We're hoping at least. And Preston, the word is that the gantry has already started rolling out to the launch site.
Excellent. All right, so yeah, we're planning on that tomorrow morning. We will reveal tomorrow exactly where we are going to be to hand it off, because That's what we're going to do. We're going to have it out in a public place, and we're going to say, "All right, here's BirdBot, come and get it."
Yeah.
And then it's off, and then the project it happens.
We literally have no control over it at that point. We are relying on you to take care of it and move it along.
It's like crowd surfing.
It is
know what I
crowd
mean? You
surfing.
kind of go wherever anybody takes you.
Yep, and we'll follow along via social media. We've got BirdBot accounts, and we have equipment that we can track BirdBot.
State-of-the-art technology.
Yep, so we got a bunch going on, and we'll take a quick break and come back with some other Eagles news when we return, so stay with us. Oh, and Rob McElhenney will be on the program today around 9:30. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
And conjunctivitis.
It's our son, priapism.
She was married to, and his sister, Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the number one plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
Moved on to
the
somebody
squirts.
else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name
Yes.
mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
For a while, yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
Just mild incontinence.
Was she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
After having babies and stuff like that.
leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there, and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Sure. By the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
For like a,
I didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere. In
Yeah,
not like full on diapers. I could be
changed your
crapping
diapers?
myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything
had the
covered,
butt?
right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge, like 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
And then I
them.
go around with this huge pacifier. No. think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great. But
We wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the
God.
fraternity
Hey,
house.
Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's
We
a
have-
diaper
yeah.
diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah, that was my break in my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcasts.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker. You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head.
Chef.
I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? Like
I know.
Put your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I'm gonna try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right,
Almost
come
got
on,
it.
jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got
Oh man.
it. No?
God, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm trying to help you.
Albino Johnny
Hey, man.
Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry, we're gonna.
Casey.
Oh, Casey's got the right.
Oh,
idea.
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
It's not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the front?
What's in the front? You mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
me to Super Save tomorrow because I have a sale.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the
Diaper
back.
in the
Right.
back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So,
where you,
so
it's where you
Nick,
pee and poop.
what I was wearing was.
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay,
What I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Brooke Burke's peas or pants.
What's that?
That's how we started
Brook
talking
Park.
about.
Oh, yeah. So
Pants.
Brook Park Peas or Pants, yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right, let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single, Rats, has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know. The 26-second excerpt comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
the Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it though?
No.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash dash dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about Rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that? That's Rocky doing the
Rocky.
Exactly.
Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky IV.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
It's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is.
Palo.
Palo.
But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter. You don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's
is
one
it
of the newer
girl?
one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go. If you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight. Excuse me, now I gotta feed the seagulls. What? They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand. You're an idiot! I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
All right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman Scooby-Doo. Pleasure to meet you, Ghostman. Can you talk some sense into this bitch? That's how you fight with your woman. Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Kevin.
Kevin,
right.
Okay, Kevin.
Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do me like the devil, and
Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do me with the devil is not a correct title.
All right, but it's gonna hurt. I have thorns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask.
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know it.
No. Wahoo!
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is pain and
Baby's Day Out in Spanish.
It's pain and glory.
Okay.
His production house El Desio announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas
Yes.
and Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will.
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a. What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle. It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know.
And you snatch is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds
What's a
FCC
snatch?
offensive.
When you say snatch?
See, you snatch. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snatch?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snatch.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know,
It's not FCC violation.
it's okay.
Should be good.
Yeah.
S-N-A-S-H. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right,
He says Spanish 101.
MMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. So the excitement is bubbling, boiling. It's gaining momentum. It's getting more and more intense as we are getting closer and closer to a week from this Sunday.
Yes.
We have a few things that we're working on that we're looking forward to, presenting on air. And this happens to be one of them. Drum roll, please, sir, if you wouldn't mind. We're excited about everything Eagles and the people that like to bleed green. So we are going to allow you to do that in our studio. We are going to do a very special Eagles Tattoos Day next week. And ladies and gents, we are teaming up with Floating World Tattoos to give away Eagles-themed flash tattoos live in the studio this Tuesday. So what we're going to do is have you head over to PrestonandSteve.com and enter. And if you would like to show your undying fandom to everyone and end up with an Eagles-themed tattoo, then you need to fill out this little bit of information and send it over to us. We're going to pick 9 Lucky Birds fans to join us next Tuesday morning, and Floating World Tattoos are sending over 3 of their finest.
Yes, they are.
And they are going to do the work here in our studios and get you all tatted up and ready for the game.
I think this is so cool. Yeah. Memorialize the moment. Be part of it.
Yes.
Should I get one? I don't have an Eagles tattoo.
That blows my mind.
Yeah, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
see?
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
You
I
should.
think
You
yes.
should.
I should.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
If you'd like to get a tattoo, for before they head to New Orleans, or a piece that you've been envisioning forever, visit Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia.
They're the best.
They're going to have a series of designs that you can choose from. So
Yes.
that's the way it's going to have to work out in the interest of time. the size and design, you'll be able to choose from what they already have. You can't come in and say, I've always wanted to get,
I want my uncle on a centaur.
Yeah. Not that.
We're not going to get a giant eagle like across your back or anything along those lines.
I was going to say, Casey, you could get like a portrait of me and like my hair is blowing in the wind and the Eagles logo is like in my hair.
Right. Oh, okay. Well, you could do that.
But no, we can't.
Or like
You gotta
maybe
choose
wear an
topless.
Eagles pasties. Yes.
Kathy and Eagles pasties.
Kathy with Eagles pasties.
Yeah.
Could you
Yesterday,
imagine?
sorry, side note, real quick. Yesterday, a picture came up in my memories. Damn it. And I wanted to send it to you because it's so hard to find afterwards. It's a picture of me and you, Casey, standing over there.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what happened, but like I think
I know what's
definitely
happening.
You would have been fired if it happened today. I am standing there with like my chest out, and
I know
Casey's
what was happening.
Hands are on my boobs.
I have that. I have that picture too. I've sent it to you guys before.
Good,
in
we all
fact,
have it.
I was going to post it. I may have done it on Instagram. No, years ago, and you were like, "What are you doing?"
No,
so we had implants. And you put them down in your shirt.
The gel.
They were the gel.
Gummy bear implants.
Yeah, they were the big ones. And so it made your boobs look just gigantic. And Marissa did it too.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of Casey grabbing your boobs. And there's another picture of Nick behind you.
Yes.
Doing like reach around boob grab.
Yeah.
And your arms
I'm
are
not
up
the
in the
only
air.
one.
Kathy, you're like this. You're like.
Yeah, you were a total slut that day. Everybody was feeling you up.
Are the other people who get the tattoos going to get to do that as well?
Yeah.
Oh my God! At a time, I didn't care.
All right. Well, anyhow,
I know, Kath.
You can go to PrestonandSteve.com and get entered to end up with an Eagles Tattoos Day appearance here on our program. And depending on how time is going, maybe we'll get you on the air. I don't know about all that, but please get signed up for this. If you know fanatics, people who have always wanted to get some ink commemorating the Eagles, then you need to let them know about this contest. So that is next Tuesday taking place, but we need sign-ups now.
And they're pre-selected designs you're going to be very happy with. There's a nice array of things to choose from. So, yeah, but we'd love to have you be a part of it.
Now, I said we've got several things going on, and I was talking about BirdBot a little while ago. So BirdBot 2.0 is going to be released into the wild tomorrow morning. It's going to be a little bit on between 7 and 8 o'clock a.m. is kind of what we're shooting for. We'll see about that. But we will reveal tomorrow morning where we will be. We're going to send Nick out, I believe, with BirdBot, and then we hand it off to whom we know not, but we are trusting upon to take him for a tour around Philadelphia for several days, get some representation locally from different businesses and different people, and have some pictures and post on social media. And then eventually next week, we're going to put out the call to have someone take them and start the trek to New Orleans. And one of the things that I want to debut is our good buddy Kyle Mack has made an official BirdBot theme song. You guys ready for this?
Yes.
Here we go. So BirdBot is going to be sailing off to the wonderful rhythms that Kyle Mack has put together for us, and we're excited to see how this goes. And listen, we're hoping for the best, but we don't know exactly what will happen.
In many ways, this is like one of those trust falls where you fold your arms and fall back into the crowd and hope it happens.
Yeah.
And last time, talking about that touring the area, Preston, again, it is to infuse it with the flavor of Philly, the spirit of Philly.
Yeah.
People put stickers on. We have BirdBot right behind Preston now if you're watching on YouTube. BirdBot 1.0, which is sort of a mosaic of all things Philadelphia.
I'm looking at this as that we have stickers from the Philadelphia Fire Department. We have stickers from the Philadelphia Veterans Court, or the Radnor Fire Company, the Public Health Management. These are all establishments around town as well. There's bars and restaurants.
A key element to remember.
Plumbing, heating, and cooling places.
Yeah.
So anything and everyone.
Absolutely. We want you to take pictures of yourself at your establishments, at your gatherings with BirdBot.
Yep.
And Marissa's very keen on making sure that we have social media traction. We did last time.
Yeah.
Because we're not there. We love chronicling the journey of BirdBot through your posts.
Well, that's why I want people to go, like right now, to BirdBot's Instagram handle so you can see what BirdBot did last time. Give you an idea of, like, everything that BirdBot had done. And then also, Marissa created a BirdBot Facebook page where Facebook group.
Oh, cool.
That people can join, so you can know where BirdBot is and grab BirdBot and don't hang on to BirdBot for too long.
Yeah.
But have your fun with them and then make sure
you hand them off.
Yeah.
The design of BirdBot 2.0 is different, and so we ask you to be as it's ready for the road, but you can't be punting it. So make sure that you respect it. It has some highly expensive tech on board, so we'll know where it is at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when we had our planning session, I was going through that Instagram account, and I forgot all of the things that he did. I was like, wait a minute, he was in jail.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, my God,
He was in a cell.
It wasn't his fault.
No.
It was the people that he was with.
It was a misunderstanding, is what it was. So, anyhow, that starts tomorrow morning, gang. You're going to be hearing this song a lot over the next week or so.
You think Rob McElhenney remembers his encounter with BirdBot last time around?
We'll ask.
We will send him that picture over this morning, Nick. I will. Just as a reminder, we're going to have Rob on around 9:30 this morning.
And this is all part of recapturing what we did last time. BirdBot 1.0 was a massive success.
Yep.
And so, as you said, Casey, the notion of doing a road trip, that didn't work the last time we did. We're trying to replicate everything down to the T with a little bit of polish.
BirdBot worked in 2018.
It was exciting, and I remember getting updates and being like, "Oh, where is he today?" And then there was a moment where we kind of not lost him, but didn't know what was going on. I don't know about you guys, but I started to get worried that we weren't going to see him again. I was like, "Is that poor little fella? Is he all right?"
Yeah, and I'm wondering, for people that are driving down to New Orleans, when are they going to leave? The game's not till Sunday.
Yeah,
we should get a consensus.
Yeah,
people are driving down.
One of the things we would like to happen is potentially have him head down mid to late next week and to circulate around New Orleans.
Yes.
I mean, there's so many great spots in New Orleans to get pictures of, obviously on Bourbon Street and Jackson Square. And there's loads of different, Instagrammable, really cool photos that can take place with BirdBot. So that's what we're hoping for.
He needs a good weekend before the game.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so to completely switch gears, I don't know why we have this call on the Xfinity mobile guest line. It's a friend of Kathy's named Megan. What's the story here?
Remember the Hambone, Bridgeton Hill Road and Hambone?
Yeah, Kathy's been putting this tiny little obscure road in our traffic reports this morning.
So I asked her about it, and she's going to explain it to you.
Oh, okay. Well, let me go to her. Hi, Megan, you're on the air. Good morning.
How are you?
Good. What's happening, Megan?
Okay, so it does exist. It is one of the steepest roads in Upper Black Eddy, and it also is the steepest turn in Upper Black Eddy, and people tend to take the turn so sharp that they run into the house in the corner.
So that's where it's closed.
So people regularly hit this house at a sharp turn. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And therein lies the issue with Hambone Road.
Meg, I joked earlier that there's probably not anybody on this road because I joke with Megan that, she lives so far away now. She lives about an hour and 10 minutes from me. She used to live in Conshohocken, and that's how we became friends, but now she lives far out there. I told you. What'd you say?
Oh, it's the girl.
Oh, it's the kid. I was out towards Megan's last week. Jace did pond hockey, and that's where we went out to hers. She has a frozen pond on her property, so they were able to skate there. But Meg, thanks for the info on the road.
So wait, is the road closed?
Yeah, so Bridgeton Hill Road is closed between Chestnut Ridge and Hambone Lane because of
information you can use.
Because a house was destroyed.
There's a coffee shop right there that's very important because we don't really have that many around here.
Oh, so this is it's your lifeblood in the morning.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck to you, Megan. Thank you.
All
right. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hambone Lane. That's what that is. We have a couple of houses because we live kind of rurally where the properties are older. And I mean right on top of the road at turns. And I'm like, how I couldn't stand living in a place like that.
There's that bar. I think it was called John's Bar, but it's on Egypt Road and on Audubon. Do you know which one? You went there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was that part that was like hanging over. I can't remember if it was Egypt Road or Audubon Road, but trucks would routinely clip it so much so that like it wore down to the stucco on the inside of the bar.
And then there was a weird thing about that, Nick, that the owner, the township needed him to do something with the property.
Yes, and he painted it.
And in defiance, he painted it with these really ugly polka dots.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I remember
They were
this.
like orange and purple. And,
I remember.
Yeah, that's the place he's talking about.
I don't think
it's not there anymore, is it?
Well, no, the building's still there.
Oh, is it?
I was there not that long ago, but I don't think that there's a business in there at all anymore. But I'm curious as to what happened with that.
Yeah, I haven't been buying that way in a long time. So interesting. Well, there's a gazillion little stories like that in our community. But there's something else I wanted to bring up. Casey sent me an email. Someone had contacted him asking for a favor. It says, hey, man, looking for some help if possible. I have a friend flying in from Australia who's a crazy Eagles fan. And what I'm trying to do is give him the best advice to where to watch the game while he is here. I may be with them or may not since this is such short notice. And they're huge Flyers, Sixers, and Eagles fan as well. And they tried to get tickets to Xfinity Live to watch the game, but they are sold out. Any ideas that I can give these guys? So essentially what he's asking for is a communal viewing experience, a party somewhere that's taking place that isn't sold out already.
Doesn't want to come here and just sit in a living room, wants to be part of something.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to suggest something, feel free to call us 215-263-WMMR so maybe we can help this guy out.
Yeah, Marissa was saying that like everywhere is sold out,
Yeah,
right?
no doubt.
And this kind of like has it sort of feels like New Year's Eve, where people want to go to where a ton of people are going to be, maybe an all-inclusive type of event where you pay, I don't know, $100 and you get all you can eat, all you can drink type of thing.
By the way, speaking of this Australian guy, it's funny because when the Eagles won the conference championship, we got a text from one of our Swedish friends, Gustav.
Yeah.
He is a huge Eagles fan.
Yeah, he should come down.
I know he's not going to be able to make it for this. He wanted to come down this season and go to a game, and I should have bought some of your tickets, Casey, and taken him to a game, but we didn't get to do that. But I mean, he's like. He sent us his text was "Fly Eagles Fly." He did the lyrics to the fight song.
There's apparently,
which I thought was awesome.
There's a woman who I have started following on Instagram because her father is an insane Eagles fan in Australia.
In Australia, Steve, I was going to bring her up too.
Yeah, like he has a flag flying over the community, the Eagles flag. Mm-hmm. I wonder if this is part of the cluster because apparently doing a little bit more of a deep dive into it, the Eagles are a very popular team in Australia.
Well, yeah, so she was trying to get him here. So that's what I was wondering if it was them.
It's probably because of Jordan Mailata. He's an Australian rugby player. Plays for the Eagles now. So maybe that's why there's such big fandom there.
Yeah, there's a breakfast show that I follow down there. We've become friends because they are friends with Jordan Mailata, and the Eagles have sent them care packages. And guys, it's hilarious to watch the language that they can use on Australian radio down there.
Oh, really?
Get the F out.
I'm going to send it to you. It's wild, the words that they can say. I'm oh my gosh, you guys are saying that on the radio?
It was like that when we went to London. You remember? We were saying a couple things. They were like, we can't say that here. And we were like, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Chickies and Pete's, I would imagine, are they sold out? Or are they, how's that working?
So, Casey, I know that I said to you a few minutes ago that a lot of things are selling out, but there are also a lot of places with tickets. So I'm actually putting together a list. I feel like Kathy. This is my wheelhouse.
There you go.
Your activities.
So I would love if you guys talk to some people that are calling in, and then I'm going to have a full list for you in a few minutes.
Okay, right. That's great. You know what? I mean, it's probably too late. Well, I don't know if it is, but Wells Fargo Center should open up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is actually a great idea.
We've seen that before. When
is there a Sixers game?
Yeah, when there are big events going on where the local stadium or arena will have viewing parties.
Well, the good part is that the Sixers could play, Nick, and it would not be that much of an issue.
They won 4 in a row.
Yeah, they're on a hot streak right now.
The Flyers play their last game before the international tournament the Saturday before, so I don't know if the Sixers have a game or not. I'll check.
The only problem is then if you do that, then you're making people work during the Eagles Super Bowl.
True. Yeah. Vendors and everybody that's at the venue. All right, we're getting some calls coming in. Let me go to Melissa. She was first in. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. So you have a suggestion for this Australian Eagles fan?
Yes, McGurk's in Horsham. It's the best sports bar ever. I go there every Eagles game to go with my 2 daughters.
Are they having a special event for the game?
I don't think so, but you got to get there hours early. I get there about 2.5 hours before every game.
Yeah, McGurk's is a great place.
Yeah, I used to go there when it was the bent elbow.
The bent elbow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I remember
But this
that.
one's in Horsham. Horsham is the best.
Oh,
all right. That's different.
Oh, it's a different
McGurk's
one.
in Horsham.
Yeah. I think the one you're talking about is in Fort Washington, right?
You're right.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you, Melissa. I think I thought I saw a new McGurk's going up somewhere. Anyway.
That's what I was going to say. Like places like that. I mean, I know you're talking about like somewhere where you're buying a ticket, you're getting food, drinks, whatever. But like, I mean, a place like McGurk's or
A synagogue?
No, but like any of those places that have a lot of PJ Willihan's, the one in Conshohocken has so many freaking TVs. You actually can't not see the game.
No, that's what you want.
All right. I want to go to Terry. Yo, Terry, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing there, guys? I'm sorry.
That's all right, buddy. What's up, man?
I heard this morning on the news, McGillen's in Center City, the oldest bar.
Yeah, right there on Drury Street.
Yeah, package for $175.
Yeah, a lot of people are texting in about McGillen's, and I got an email about it as well.
$175 all inclusive? I assume, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All you can drink and food and stuff, I think. That's what they said on Channel 6 this morning.
Yeah, open bar, food and gratuities, and tickets go on sale at 11 a.m. today.
Oh.
Yeah, just go and get wrecked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And listen, McGillen's.
Get banged up. Thanks, Terry.
I do love that place. It's 2 floors, but you know, it's going to sell out fast.
And it'll pack up like nobody's business. But if you listen, is that not why you would be going to an establishment like this in the first place? You want that crowd.
So that's the thing.
I do not.
I do not.
Yeah.
That's what some people want.
And I get it, especially like this person you're talking about traveling this distance or these people, they don't want to sit by themselves. They want to absorb the whole thing.
Right.
McGillen's, have we ever done anything there?
Not as a show. I used to do Wednesday night appearances there. They had karaoke there with DJ Joe H. Dude, that guy had the biggest karaoke catalog. I don't know if he still does that or not, but I was there. Yeah, man, he's packing some heat.
Junk on this guy.
I was there every Wednesday night for at least a year. I love that place.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It sounds familiar. I think I ended up there at St. Patrick's Day
down
one time.
it's right around City Hall, just down this little alleyway.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yep. It's got like neon lights out front and everything. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. All right.
By the way, Preston, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
McGurk's in Royersford. That's the new one.
That's it.
Yeah, it just opened up.
Okay.
And so you can head there.
Yep. All right. Let me go to Jenna. Hi there, Jenna.
Gadzooks, guys, how are you doing?
Wonderful, and a gadzooks to you. All right. By the way, it says here on my screen you work at a glass blowing studio.
Yeah, I've actually called before. I'm Glass by Tulip. I talked to you guys.
Oh, yeah.
a little bit ago.
Yeah.
So a few guys in my studio have opened this collective called Philadelphia Flameworks, and we've partnered with 2 other studios in our building, which are actually photography studios, and we're going to be having a watch party at the building that we work at. So there's a smoking room, a non-smoking room, and then we're going to have a room with like vendors, Poe's sandwich joints coming out to give us some food. It's BYOB, and it's $10.
$10, and you get to blow glass?
Well, no, we're going to shut down everything so people don't have the noise of the torches going.
All right, okay.
And you don't burn the place down.
Up
right.
for everybody.
All right, that's cool. $10, you BYOB. If you want to be with people, that's on the more economical end of it. Okay,
Yeah.
sounds
All right.
good.
Thank you, Jenna. Appreciate it.
Hey,
of course.
All right, we'll see you.
Casey, this is a dumbass question, but will people be tailgating at the link for the Super Bowl? Like, will people go down there to hang out?
Yeah,
they need to allow. Yeah, they need to allow that.
I looked up the calendar. The Sixers are away that day. The Flyers played the night before, so it looks like I don't know about the Wings actually, but the Wells Fargo Center I think is open. So nothing would be happening in the parking lot. Like, do people tailgate?
Well,
when it's not games.
People are going to be at Xfinity Live, right?
Right.
So, yeah, it's a good question. I don't know, man. I think people want to be as close to Broad Street as possible.
Yeah.
You know, in the event of a victory.
Could you in fact open the link? I mean,
well, that's what I was thinking, but. Like you got the climate control of the Wells Fargo Center,
true.
you know, and
the
you could
weather's an
open that.
option. I'm sorry. When the Wells Fargo Center opened for the Flyers in Boston, Game 7 in 2010, and the Flyers came back and won that series after being down 3-0. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It was just the place was packed, and I love when Philadelphia fans get together for away games.
Yep. All right, let me go to Lauren has a suggestion. We're trying to give some suggestions. We had an Australian Eagles fan coming to town, wants to know where to go, where's a party they can go to. The Xfinity party is sold out. So we go to Lauren next. Hey, Lauren, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning to
How are you doing?
see you, Lauren. We're wonderful. All right, what can you share with us?
Well, I am part of the C6 tailgate, and we are going to be holding an event at Two Robbers is that Northern Liberties area? I'm horrible with my...
Fishtown, Marissa says. Fishtown.
Fishtown. Good looking out, Marissa. I knew she would know. But yeah, I'm part of the C6 tailgate. We're going to be holding an event at Two Robbers. I think it might be $150 for a ticket, which is slightly expensive. I know we all bougie on a budget. But it's definitely a good party. I think Nick has been down to our tailgate before.
I have. I never had until this season, and I came down. I think it was the first home game of the year, that Monday night game. You guys know how to throw a party, and
exactly.
Yeah, it's a good time.
We also have a friend that's coming in, I believe, from Australia. He is originally from Philly. His name is Tony. He's coming in. He lives at the Gold Coast, so he's coming in and going to be a blast.
Oh,
guys. So
Marissa, I'm sorry to interrupt, Lauren, but Marissa just pulled up your official Eventbrite information about the party, and it's $75, it says here.
Oh, well, guess what? I was misinformed then.
Maybe it's $150 per couple.
Yeah, $150 per couple. That makes
that
sense.
makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
All
I
right.
had wine last night. Sorry, guys. But
Oh,
yeah,
my
no,
God.
definitely.
But this thing starts at 2 o'clock?
Huh?
This thing starts at 2 o'clock?
Yeah, go big or go home.
That's right.
Lauren, what do you do with that group? Are you just a participant, or are you one of the organizers?
I am the fiance of the DJ. Mr. Dan Lewis is the DJ, and
Okay.
I am his lovely future wife.
When are you guys,
okay.
When are you guys getting married?
No date set. I'm not allowed to make any plans until the Eagles are out of the Super Bowl running.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
All right,
Jeopardize
I
it.
fully support. Hey,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Lauren, make sure he gets the song Bird Bot from Kyle, and then also the song from Jealousy Curve and me, ready to go. Make sure you guys play that at your tailgate party.
Absolutely. I just messaged Nick on Instagram because I couldn't get through the first time. I will try to set up some way to get that information from you. And I did share the Bird Bot with him when you guys talked about it the first time on the air. I said, we need a C6 and a Broad and Wolf sticker on Bird Bot.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what we're looking to have happen.
Yeah, well, I'll be in touch. That's awesome. You guys you absolutely know how to party, and this would be a great time.
All right. Thank you very much, Lauren. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Gadzooks. Have a great day.
Gadzooks. They got to be playing this at the tailgate, at the party. Yep.
Sunday, February 9th, the Villanova Wildcats play the Xavier, whoever the Xavier guys are, Minutemen. That's a noon game at the Wells Fargo Center. So I don't know if Casey's idea would
fly.
Yeah.
Doable or not?
Scheduling conflicts.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me get another call here. Andrew has a question for us. Hi, Andrew. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. How you doing?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
So I'm going to be in Argentina for the Super Bowl. I got to go there for work. So I was hoping to maybe see if there's other listeners of the show that know people down there, expats that are big Birds fans.
Oh,
in Argentina.
Put the word out to the Argentinians that are listeners of WMMR and Eagles fans and having a party for the Super Bowl.
Yes. Looking to find some people down there while I'm in Buenos Aires.
All right. We will check on that, Andrew. Stay tuned. All right, bud?
Awesome. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, guys.
See you later, bud.
That's got to be, say you're a hardcore fan and you business or whatever is pulling you out of the area and you're going to be in some place where perhaps viewing is going to be problematic. That has got to be killing you.
Yeah, so my daughter goes to school in Michigan at Michigan State, and I had offered to fly her home, so that she could be with her family and friends for the game. But she's in a production, so she's going to be unable to make it down here, or I guess over here.
Is it killing her?
I don't think so. I sent her an Eagles starters jacket last week. She had texted me. She said, "I just saw this guy in a Packers starter jacket. Makes me wish I would have brought mine." I said, "All right, I'll send it to you." Right. So I go to UPS on Friday. I'm like, "How much would it cost to get this to her before the Sunday game this past weekend?" They're like, "That'll be $250." I said, "Okay, let's."
How much for this?
How much
the Super Bowl?
Just before the Super Bowl, so it was like $20. I was like, "Okay, all right, well now we have to win."
Sure.
And but I don't even have plans yet. I don't know. Like my brother usually has something, but I'm not. I haven't heard anything from him yet. So I don't. But I don't want to I don't want to go out. I don't want to be in a bar. I think I'd rather just.
Were you out when BirdBot 1.0 was, in other words?
No, I was at my brother's house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would suggest you make plans to be at your brother's house.
Yeah, but I was also at my brother's house for the last one as well. So I'm not. Listen, I'm not holding any stock in.
Okay.
The only stock that I hold in is I cannot go anywhere near the city of where the Super Bowl is because I'm 0 for 2 in that one.
Yeah, no.
All right?
Yep.
So.
Agreed.
There is a sports bar in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Oh my gosh.
Per the last caller, it's called the Classic Sports Bar. It's the NFL bar in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and their Instagram account is the Classic Sports Bar. In Buenos Aires.
That's where he's got to go.
Yeah.
How many hours behind are they?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Are they a couple of days behind us?
Yeah. It's actually 2021 in Argentina.
Another quick call. We got to take a break here in a second, but I'm going to go to George. Hi, George. You're on the air, buddy.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, George?
I wanted to let you guys know that there is a watch party going on at the Link.
There's a watch party going on at the Link. Through what company?
Verizon is hosting. It's called FanFest. Darren Sproles will be there. Swoop, a bunch of cheerleaders, some food.
Are they doing it inside the stadium?
So I believe the game will be on the big screen and then also in the suites.
Okay.
So there's going to be, from what I'm told, on-game or on-field access, locker room access. Starts at 4:30, goes till 10 o'clock when we storm Broad Street.
Do you have a price on that?
I believe it's free.
Free? Why do I
It's
find
Verizon, right? They got plenty of money. They don't.
Yeah, they sure do.
Yeah, they don't strain you for money. Nobody does. All right, we'll verify that. All right, George, thanks for the heads up, man. We appreciate it.
That actually pretty cool.
All right,
it's definitely happening. I don't know.
Oh, hang on. Brittany has information on that. Hi, Brittany. Morning. Brittany.
So you actually do need tickets to go to this event at the Link, but you have to be a member of Verizon. And I tried getting in before the Eagles got in the Super Bowl because my husband and I wanted to get in. But they sent me an email about 3 weeks ago saying, thank you, but we ran out of tickets. Please look out for exclusive events to try and get tickets. But the MM Army did something 3 weeks ago, and we missed out on it. We want to know if there's going to be more.
So you just to roll back a little bit, you said you had to be a member of
so
what?
It asks you questions. Like you can request tickets, and it asks you questions if you have a Verizon mobile number, if you have Verizon Fios.
I see.
Or I'm not a Verizon customer. So you don't necessarily have to be
I
a
wouldn't
customer,
check
but
that
I don't.
box.
Yeah, I don't know what that means when you check it.
I am not. I expect to get tickets.
All right, Brittany, thanks for the love. We appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, we'll see you. Yep. All right. Well, anyhow, there's some options. They are out there. Hold on. Marissa's got something to say.
I've got a list if you guys want me to run it down really quickly.
All right. Sure.
All right. There's a huge party happening at the Crystal Tea Room. That was the one thing I haven't gotten to look up. Noto at 12th and Vine. It's a big venue. It's kind of like the size of the Electric Factory, if you will. They're at 12th and Vine. They're selling tickets. Chickies and Pete's table reservations have sold out, but GA, the bar space is open. We talked about the C6 tailgate at Two Robbers in Fishtown. That's $75. All you can eat and drink. Live Casino, Sports and Social. They will be having a party. Hard Rock Cafe. They were in the news last week because the Commanders fans took it over. Well, they are having a huge Super Bowl party. $75 a ticket. Here are some bars I suggest going to. Human Robot at the Schuylkill Banks. They are at 24th and Walnut. They'll be showing the game. We talked about McGillen's, $175 for open bar and food. Misconduct Tavern. There's two of those. They are doing a $60 cover fee. Steve, Misconduct makes Jello shots, just so you know. Wicked Wolf is in the 15th and Sansom area. Our friends at the Fanatic broadcast from there, they're doing $175 to get in. Some other places to go: Garage, City Tap House, Kavanaugh's Rittenhouse, Urban Saloon in Fairmount, Yards, Craft Hall in the Fishtown area. They are sold out of tables, but they do have a GA open. They also opened a new Lucy's Hat Shop on 18th and Chestnut. That'll be available. Station Bar in South Philly at 15th and McKee. 15. They are selling tables. Devil's Alley at 19th and Chestnut. They are doing $50 to enter, but you get a $50 food and drink credit. Topside Tavern at 21st and Ranstead. There's some really cool places along Broad Street. Attico, Del Frisco's. They're a different vibe, but they have TVs and they will be showing the games. There's also a place called the Nomo Foundation at 1212 South Broad Street. They are a youth organization and they will be opening their doors and having a party. So thank you to the Phila Queens and the Eagles Facebook group that had all of these listed, plus a whole bunch I just added. Anywhere in that Broad Street area, guys, the Locust Rendezvous, bar, all of those places. I think any place you go down there, if one place is full, just keep walking to the next place.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Right.
The Borgata has packages too. They're having parties.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Marissa. And this will be posted. We'll have this on PrestonandSteve.com or what?
Sure.
I didn't know. I thought you had said that. No?
No, yeah. I'll throw it together and I'll put it up there soon. And then I'll keep adding to it as I find some places that come along.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much, Marissa. And that ought to be enough info for Robert O'Neill, who emailed in.
So I think you're going to do just fine.
Yeah, this is for his buddy who's from Australia, a huge Eagles fan that's coming into the area and wanted to know, where do I go? All right. Well, we will take a quick break. I want to reiterate quickly, though. We announced this just a little while ago. Next Tuesday, Tuesday, is a different vibe. It's all Eagles tattoos, and they will be taking place in our studio. Floating World Tattoos will have 3 artists here to administer this brand new body art on possibly you. All you have to do is enter at PrestonandSteve.com. As soon as you go on there, you will see it says bleed green for the Eagles and getting new tattoos from Floating World. And we're going to do that next Tuesday. So go fill it out, and we might pick you to be one of 9 Lucky Birds fans who come in here. And we have a selection of tattoos for you to choose from. And then you will show your pride forever.
Yes.
We'll take a quick break. Come back in a second. B-File on the way. Rob McElhenney joining us this morning. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll just say a friend of mine. A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Murder-suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that and because they were especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like so
very committed to her?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was like one of those deals like, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came by,
called them meshies?
She kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts?
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this? Are we? Okay, just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay. And she would perform on him.
Okay, so this would be no underwear?
No underwear, just meshies.
Okay.
And she would
She would
She'd
show
use her mouth.
Her mouth.
She would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's doing with her
No,
mouth.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, you can there's not as much. It's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something. You know,
I guess the mesh shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah,
you could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
right?
So
now,
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's one of two reasons. Either
plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
You know what?
Take off the damn shorts.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh on flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself from marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
And for many people, that's I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
How do you get excited about that either? You know.
Well, he hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's early Friday night, but ooh, meshy. Go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he?
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's doing a lot of laundry, I guess.
When your friend told you about this.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah,
No,
it's not.
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
Meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during
the period.
I mean, they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it was because now it's he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
but to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on? Still,
no,
right?
no. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They
people will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah,
Meshies. They shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts. Really?
Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I own.
They're a little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
This guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my friend wears
creepy.
really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah, he's
Like that's
going
the
to
noise you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have to. Jerome Hammond had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
the
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So he basically looks like Kris Jenner.
But he is positive about his recovery.
It is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man. God.
You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
We're half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the feet. Don't look up.
Oh, look at him.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke with him.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little
well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time, you don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours. And now you're a family man yourself, but her ability to write females that and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better though.
So we hadn't seen her talent.
Yes.
And I suppose Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well, because you come from Hollywood royalty, and
because of my stripping background.
You were a stripper.
Yeah, and
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family, and you've had to prove in yourself. On your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin director of Juno died today or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so. You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I mean, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
Yeah. I'll give you
trach first.
Wait a minute.
The G spot, yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. I didn't know that. Learn stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another.
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the
Lord Cunnilingus.
Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military
No,
title.
it's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up next to it.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot, and let me see. It doesn't Ernst Grafenberg. What's his name? Ernst. I guess
Him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right. Anyhow, we
With
have,
your stupid spots.
what I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right. High five, brother. Right
High
five. Nice.
Did you say A5? What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said, "Hey, five."
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey, five, everybody.
Hey, five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow. What it actually? I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh, no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey, five.
Oh, hey, five.
Yeah, hey,
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like
What?
it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse,
No.
Oh, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay. All right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do
But that
Punch
nobody-
Buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins it.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Real quick before the B-file, two quick shout-outs. I got this from a guy named Mitchell. I said, good morning at Presbo. He said, would like to start by saying I've been a fan since I started working masonry for a company in Wayne, PA, as our daily/morning/midday ritual about 9 years ago. And since then, I've moved to Tampa, Florida. Already planning my return. There's no place for someone like from Delco. And he said, but I'd like to add, just saying, seeing, and hearing you guys down here in Clearwater, and he spelled it that way, is such a gift and a heartwarming reminder of home. And I hope to see you all this year here, and can't wait to chop it up, Steve, on his top new horror movies. Chop it up with Steve, I think.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, I love that.
If you could possibly give me a shout out on Thursday, January 30th, it would be awesome. And hopefully some of my old crew are listening to I'm Coming Home, Go Birds, he said. So here's a shout out. And then another one, I'm sending this shout out. I got this random email from a gentleman named Paul Kowald, and he said, hello, Preston. I am a new listener to your show's podcast, and I just want to say how much I'm enjoying it. Even when you guys were raving about my Green Bay Packers getting beaten by the Birds, I started listening last December when my other favorite podcast was on its Christmas break. I'd say that the Bizarre File is my favorite part of the show. But it's just one of my favorites. I love your banter. I love your knowledge on so many different topics, and it sounds like you do a good deal of amount of good, for the Philadelphia area. Your intro is great too. I recently learned that it was from the movie Tommy Boy, and also the song you sometimes use, which I found out was by the children's group Making Music. Rockin' Rhythms. Keep up all the great work for you. And he's checking in from Appleton, Wisconsin.
Wow, man.
And just
That's
kind
wild. Just happened upon us.
Randomly came across us, and now we're his favorite.
Well, that deserves
a shout out.
Absolutely, man. I'd love to hear that. Two really good charts.
And if you're
I
among
may,
the-
you're charting like a mofo today.
And if you have a similar story like that, let us know about it. I'd like to highlight people who just come across the show randomly, and we've become your favorite. I love that. All right, B-File time now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Worldwide Stereo. Transform your home theater into the ultimate game day experience with an epic TV or home theater upgrade from Worldwide Stereo with 0% financing. WorldwideStereo.com/football, turning dens into super boxes since 1979. Well, a Florida deputy was arrested after he was accused of trying to smuggle narcotics pills by hiding them in a bag of Skittles.
Skittles?
Yeah, for the...
Well, they kind of look similar.
Past 6 years, Francisco Milo
That's the rainbow.
has been a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy.
Francisco, that's fun to say.
However, he is now suspected of being a narcotics dealer. The incident began when law enforcement received a tip that Milo was planning to smuggle on board some ecstasy or Molly. And before he went inside the boat, a canine dog sniffed the drugs disguised as Skittles candy. Detectives began
no Skittles.
Detectives began searching Milo's luggage and found 60 pills hidden inside of the candy bags.
Skittles, man.
So this wasn't just for, his own entertainment. He had 60 of them. Milo was arrested on Thursday at the Royal Caribbean Terminal in Port Miami and relieved of his duty as deputy. Milo is now being charged with possession, sale, and trafficking of a controlled substance.
So to think about it, he could be arresting his competition.
Yes, he
could
could
control the industry.
An influencer has issued a great warning after having the skin of her face burnt off while trying a dangerous sunbed hack. Natalia Armstrong has spoken out about the horrific experience that she had after lying down on a tanning bed the wrong way in a bid to get a better tan. It all happened when she went on a 20-minute tanning bed. It says 20-minute tanning bed, something she's done weekly for around 2 years. But instead of lying down like she usually would, she put her face where her feet would normally go. And after being told by a friend lying this way would give her a much better tan, that's why she did it. So one of my friends told me to try it. I thought while I was down there, I'll give it a go because I had never heard of anything bad. I didn't know facial tanners were a lot less strong than the tubes, so I did it. I lay for the full 20 minutes that way. I felt all right when I got out.
So let me get this straight.
I didn't even feel tan, she said.
So tanning beds are calibrated in a...
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. First off, I haven't heard about anyone using a tanning bed in forever.
I know, right?
But if you're going to... I had no idea that... It seems that way, right?
That night, she soon noticed her face was becoming red, and over the next few days, she watched in horror as her skin grew tight and began to blister. She said, all of a sudden that night, my face started to go red. I can't even explain it. You know, when you smile and your face is tight and you feel it's cracking, it tightened up and blistered, and then really thick layer of skin started peeling off. Just days later, her fingers began to swell.
Jesus.
She went to the hospital where doctors cut off 4 of her rings and gave her antibiotics for the finger and cream for her face. But the worst was far from over. She said, I couldn't sleep. I was itchy. I had pains in my finger when my ring was off. I couldn't sleep for days, and I'm not even exaggerating. I got cold sores all over my lips and burnt my lips.
Yeah, we're looking at a picture of her. It looks like she came out of a house fire.
Dermatologists advise people against using them altogether.
Yes.
They can be more dangerous than natural light because they use a concentrated source of UV radiation. But she had a really adverse reaction to this.
Steve, you know where I still see people using them is certain gyms, and they'll advertise that they have them there.
Yeah,
especially like this time, this time of year, people will sign up and they're still popular.
All right, so when caught committing crimes for economic gain in Japan, it's common for the accused to say that their motive was to obtain money for what is called sikatsui. Or lifestyle expenses. It's a broad, nebulous term, and it can mean the absolute essentials of a roof over your head and meager meals at your table, but it can also be used to indicate the sundry costs of maintaining a desired lifestyle beyond the bare necessities. However, a man who has been arrested on charges of dozens of burglaries also had another reason that he kept on stealing, and that was he wanted to look cool.
You just want to look cool.
Over the past year and a half or so, if you'd been drinking or dining out in the vicinity of the town of Kitakuishu, you might have had the seemingly good fortune of sharing the space with a very generous older gentleman, 71-year-old resident Kazunori Inagaki. And on occasion, Inagaki would go out to expensive sushi restaurants and bars and announce that he was picking up the tab for every single customer, and that sometimes it would cost up to $2,000 a pop.
Jeez.
But he did it with a smile on his face, with such a penchant for exuberant extravagance.
It's okay, everyone. The sea bass is covering this.
He thought maybe he was a banker, financier, or a showbiz star, but no, he claimed to be a strawberry farmer. But he has, in fact, never worked a day in his life growing strawberries.
Oh, man.
What he did spend a lot of time doing, though, was robbing people, and not just in that town. He was doing it all over the place. He broke into 63 homes, and he primarily targeted homes in rural agricultural communities, breaking in during the day when the owners would be out tending the fields.
So it was just to fund his habit of wanting to look like a big spender?
Yeah, he said he has no memory of doing it, but he's now changed his tune and admitted to all the charges he's facing. During questioning, he said that when he started the crime spree, it was because he felt like the welfare and pension payments he was receiving weren't enough to get him to go by on. But when asked about using the money that he'd stolen to treat entire fancy sushi restaurants and bars of dinner and drinks, he said, and I quote, "I paid for them because I wanted to look cool."
He's like a Japanese Robin Hood.
Yep. All right, and then one last story, and we will wrap this up. A young woman has pleaded guilty to harassment in the UK's first cyber farting case after bombarding her boyfriend's ex with videos of her farting. Rhiannon Evans appeared at Magistrates Court, this is in England, and was accused of causing Deborah Pyrathurks distress and anxiety by sending her inappropriate videos of her farting. Prosecutor Diane Williams told magistrates that in the first video, she proceeds to pass gas by placing the camera on her butt and farting. Evans sent 3 videos of her letting it rip on December 22nd, followed by another 4 of the same nature over the next few days. Each video showed, quote, Miss Evans passing wind, her face smiling at the camera.
How come you never get jury duty like this?
Now, this continued on Boxing Day and New Year's Day, despite police getting wind of what had happened.
I get it.
In a victim statement read to court, Miss Pyroturch said that she would like to feel safe in her home. Evans was later arrested at her home and admitted that she had sent the videos. The prosecutor said she wanted to send videos because she felt that her partner was being treated unfairly. The defender said there are some issues going on between Ms. Evans' partner and her ex-partner regarding to child contact. At the time she sent these videos, she had some drinks and she sent them. Understanding now this has caused the victim some distress, she sent them without malicious intent.
Could you imagine if we were to be tried for crimes involving fart sounds?
Oh, my God. The magistrates imposed 15 rehabilitation sessions, 60 days alcohol abstinence monitoring, and a 2-year restraining order on top of that.
You said that, and I immediately was Homer Simpson sliding into the hedges.
Backing up. I didn't realize it was a crime.
All right, and there you go. That's what we have in the bizarre file for you. Hey, we have somebody to speak to this morning who needs some help. You've heard her on our program before, and we would like to welcome Jen from Alpha Bravo Canine this morning. Hello, Jen.
Hi, guys.
Nice to see you, except for this particular occasion, but you guys need some help at Alpha Bravo Canine. For those who may not be familiar, first let's set the tone. What you guys do at Alpha Bravo Canine?
Sure. Alpha Bravo Canine raises, trains, and donates service dogs to disabled veterans living with PTSD, TBI, or any type of combat-related disability.
And you've been doing it for years. We first met you at a function that later became the Dining Out for Dogs event. And anyone we've ever met who's been a recipient, one of veterans who've received one of the dogs you've trained, their lives turn around. It's an amazing thing to see. So you find yourself in this insane predicament now. Explain what happened.
Yeah, November, we've been renting a space from a veterinarian practice in Newtown, PA. Been there for about 9.5 years now. Found out that we were getting a 650% increase in our rent.
650%?
With 3% every year after that. So we made the decision, obviously, to leave. And now we're in a position where we are really desperately looking. We're looking for an open space. I mean, currently we're in Bucks County, hoping to stay in that area. We're trying to make a central point for where our puppy raisers are. Newtown, New Hope, Yardley, in that area. It's a hard area, to be honest. Just an open space where we can do our training. I mean, we're looking to lease. We would love to have a permanent space.
Okay, you're saying open space, but you mean an indoor location?
Indoor open space, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
How many square feet are you thinking?
I mean, we right around 2,000-ish square feet, if possible.
That's not absurd.
It's not absurd. No, it's, right now what we're doing is we're doing a lot of public access training.
Yes.
Even with our puppies. So we're going to our local stores around. They always welcome us in. So that's amazing. But we need a space where our veterans can come and do their team training. We have 2 dogs that are going to be ready to go very shortly, and we need that space for them to, come and feel comfortable and feel secure when we're doing that part of the training. So, yeah, that's...
These are veterans who suffer from these different situations,
yes.
And they need to have a bit of privacy.
Absolutely.
And it's a very... they feel vulnerable, and so the pairing with the dogs is something that needs to happen in a very controlled situation. And so, again... You say you lease. You're looking for any option.
We're looking,
If someone wants to donate the space, great. But you're not looking for a handout. If there's something that's perfect, reasonable rent is not out of the question. Correct?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there are tax benefits if somebody wants to donate real estate or land. But we're in an immediate need right now.
Yeah, it's really sad and frustrating because you literally, these dogs go into these the lives of these veterans and turns everything around, and you just see it. It's a miracle. So how do they get in touch with you? What's the best way?
They can email me, servicedogs@alphabravocanine.org. It's on our website. They can go to Instagram. They can go to Facebook.
Okay. And
so alphabravocanine.org, and you should be able to do it there
Absolutely.
as well.
And we're linking to PrestonandSteve.com, I believe, right, Nick?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. All right, we wish you a lot of luck, man. This
Thank you.
sucks that this had to happen because you had a place that looked like it was all set to go. You'd even started to do some work at the site, and that got yanked.
That got yanked as well, too. Somebody was going to sublease. It was more of an industrial space, which was an amazing space. At the last minute, the landlord said no.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully something pops up. So industrial, commercial, something along those lines, and 2,000 square feet. You're looking to rent. You need to find a place.
We need to find that space.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll reach out to alphabravocanine.org and help out Jenna if you can, because they're doing great work. So
Thanks,
wish you
everyone.
luck. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
You got it. No
Appreciate
problem. Thanks, Jen, for being here this morning. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 92.
Saying thing, breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No. What do you do? Hey, Mustang. Can you put your hand
Mustang, high five.
up? Okay. All right.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay.
What is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight.
Mm-hmm. And pedaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
One taillight.
That's backhand.
totally
Is that
different.
a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
a
I,
thing.
Yeah, I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And I that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first, so I finally get to do it.
I
to
was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
What you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which I said, which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes, it's funny though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead, and after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan, and there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up, and this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players, and they each come out, and then there's one guy standing near the basket, and he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy, and it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special...
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that. Yeah. But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
It's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually, it's more like this. Super white.
Super white. Yeah, because we didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just as white
black,
as
the
us.
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
oh man, snap.
All right.
You got to do this.
Wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey still thinks
I think you just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better brush up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth billy bass.
A big
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth billy bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth billy bass performances.
Well, I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on his whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass
Where is my fish?
How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here.
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch!
That Billy Bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on
He
accident.
was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but when it's one involving a big mouth billy bass,
That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You would have been, yeah. I think you would have had a story to tell after
it's a
that
story. So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath,
Right.
full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So,
he
so
is
you're
a
saying
farmer.
the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but
All
but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She's got just a wonderful beaver.
Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
And she's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time.
Wow.
Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys
What?
something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Oh, okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
everyone.
Jot that down.
Okay.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
And as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
And paid a lot for.
paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie,
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow. You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff all throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had Jerkoff as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her
you know.
friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit, and she loses the Jerkoff for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh, my God.
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize. I love you. Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never...
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
APOLOGIZES.
All right.
33 WMMR.
Thanks, Kat. Tuesday, we're giving away free tattoos, free Eagles tattoos for fans. We'll have 9 of those. Floating World Tattoo and Piercing will be here in our studio administering those. There's a series of, or a different group of, we'll have a collection of designs that you'll be able to choose from. If you would like to sign up to potentially be here next Tuesday for that, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com, click on the link, fill it out, send it to us, sit back and wait for a call, and maybe you will receive that. So that is taking place next week. And then tomorrow we get BirdBot on the road.
Yeah.
Yep. BirdBot gets released onto the streets of Philadelphia. Where he ends up, we have no idea. Eventually, New Orleans is the goal, and to tour around the Big Easy for a little while and get a feel for the flavor, and then leading up to the game on Sunday, be all set for hopefully a championship victory. But BirdBot will be released tomorrow morning. We'll get you the details as we are doing it, because we don't want to... we want it to be spontaneous.
It has to be. That's how we did it the first time, and that's how we won the Super Bowl that time. So we want to replicate as much as we can of that first go-around. Casey, you're the king of superstitions and how to play them, and this has your complete thumbs up, correct?
It does. And that's all I have to say
That's
about
all
that.
you have to say.
And it begins tomorrow, so get set for BirdBot. All right, in the meantime, Just Sayin Institute.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the newly activated BirdBot Mission Control and Proving Grounds.
Yes, without question. We have our top people working on it.
Top people. In fact, we stole some people from Germany.
All right, now this story I have only a little bit of information on, but it's interesting. At a board meeting of the Human Fertilization and Embryology Authority Board last week,
it's a big title.
Scientists announced that within 2 years, we should have the technology to create what is called in vitro gametes, which are eggs or sperm grown in a lab from skin or stem cells. And that means possibly one person could supply everything needed to create a baby.
What?
Yeah, they've been working on this.
Yeah.
Wait.
Trying to think which science fiction movie it pertains to this.
I'll reiterate that. So it's called in vitro gametes, Gametes, or gametes. I'm not sure how you pronounce
Meaning
it.
you don't-
Gametes?
Meaning you don't need 2 people to make a baby.
Exactly.
Okay.
So eggs or sperm grown in a lab from skin or stem cells.
Which sounds delicious.
And that means one person could supply everything needed to create a baby.
But
It's like asexual reproduction.
Yeah, but the skin has to come from someone else, right? It can't come from yourself.
No, it's exactly this, from
It
yourself.
can come from yourself?
Yeah.
Are you
that's messing
cloning
with-
yourself? Like,
Yeah,
I don't
no, I
understand
don't like
what's
that.
going on here. And then where does the baby have to incubate? Like,
I don't know about
Okay.
cloning. I don't know anything else. But it says one person could supply everything needed to create a baby.
You don't know nothing about birthing no babies.
Yeah, no, I don't like this. This is to that's to yourself. Then what? Then what happens when that person tries to reproduce? It's not lining up for me.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to
As
these,
in,
Kathy.
if it's just you, it's
Yes.
just your
DNA.
Your DNA.
Honestly,
I don't know.
Your chromosomes.
For the
Chromosomes,
narcissist, though, this is a wonderful.
Yeah.
Totally.
It's
Now,
all me.
they're not calling this a clone case.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
but like, it's so funny because
Don't call it a clone back.
that movie, The Adam Project with Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
He comes into contact with his younger self and he hates him. You know,
Right.
he's
He's a little prick. This is okay. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this.
It's interesting, and what they'll do, Kathy, is try to figure out if there are genetic issues, if that would cause genetic disorders. I mean, we're not scientists, we don't know, but you know how things like inbreeding and so on, cause problems. It may be, but I don't know. Maybe they'll find out.
It's all good.
But the only reason that I find this that I want to be open to this is there's a great movie. I saw it on Netflix recently. I forgot the name of it, but it's about the people that created in vitro fertilization. And at the time, it was, people were like, no, do not do this.
Right.
This is going against God. And this is, you're playing with nature. And look how it turned out to be. Look how wonderful it turned out to be. So maybe, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what they do with it.
It'd have to remain agnostic. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
Board Chair Julia Chain said after the presentation, it feels like we ought to have Steven Spielberg on this committee. But yeah, some experts warn that having a baby by yourself could have much higher risks of genetic disorders. We'll have to wait and see what the science says.
I mean, the way I sort of look at this and anything is that it is, even though it doesn't seem natural, but it is in a sense like natural evolution.
In that we came up with it, and
I
know what you're saying.
Yeah, like
pickleball.
We came out of the water.
That evolved from tennis,
right,
and ping pong.
Humans, we weren't able to develop wings to fly, but we created flying machines
to facilitate things.
Yeah.
No, I got. Listen, yes, I know exactly what you're saying. I have to. I take a wait and see.
Yeah.
Because everything for me is informed, sadly, by how badly it turned out in science fiction.
Right.
So, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So I don't have much in the way of details on that. That's all that I have.
Well,
But
they have
that's
superhuman strength.
That is a pretty wild, concept. And yeah, what about? Let's pause for a second. What about tinkering with genetics and being able to guide
penis size?
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Penis size and athletic agility. I mean, Gattaca is another movie.
So
that shows you that after a while they were able to do a la carte choices about what
the lesser trait that shouldn't be. I don't know.
Somebody says we haven't mentioned multiplicity. No, I've never saw that
It's
movie.
okay.
I heard it was pretty good.
Yeah,
somebody,
it's okay.
Somebody I spoke to liked it.
It's about 50 Michael Keatons in it. Yeah.
But I never saw that one. All right, so anyhow.
How will this affect pub cheese?
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude,
man.
pub cheese never changes.
So good.
It's always great. All right, let me get something else that'll freak you out from the Just Saying
Oh, man,
Institute.
I'm trembling on this one.
All right, so AI is already a big part of our lives, shaping healthcare, transportation, education, customer service, retail, creative industries, just to give a few examples. Researchers at the U.S. Department of Energy's Brookhaven National Laboratory are currently exploring the concept, and this will freak you out, Steve, of a science ecocortex. So it's the integration of artificial intelligence with human cognitive capabilities. It's viewed as an extension of the scientist's brain. So the idea, I'll explain, is to increase the cognitive abilities of researchers by providing a bridge between the human mind and a network of AI agents.
So this is directly tied to about 100 horrible stories in speculative fiction.
Lawnmower Man.
You remember what happened to him?
Stuff like that.
Now, mind you, at the end, he was okay.
All right, so Kevin...
And the lawns never look better.
Kevin Yeager, Electronic Nanomaterials Group Leader, detailed the idea. The proposed ecocortex is certainly ambitious in its scope, aiming to streamline specific research tasks through a swarm of intercommunicating agents.
Right.
So they call these AI entities agents. So each AI agent would specialize in a particular task, be it handling scientific literature, orchestrating experiments, or data synthesis, and their collective behavior could offer a synergy that significantly extends the cognitive reach of human scientists.
So you're creating super geniuses, right?
Yeah.
And you're tapping into the machine. Does it work reciprocally? Does the machine then start to take on, or the AI start to become more human in that bond?
Don't know. The exocortex
Holy
could
mother of Christ.
also aid scientific inspiration and imagination by leaning into hallucinations.
Sounds like a rap song.
So as, scientific inspiration, imagination, leaning into hallucinations. Or beat poetry, Steve.
Yeah.
Beat poetry.
Right.
All right, as Yeager explains, although hallucinations are generally undesirable, their existence is intrinsic, and there is a trade-off between hallucinations and creativity. In other words, some amount of hallucination is desirable to enhance creativity and communication. More broadly, evaluations of LLM creativity, and now we're getting into something.
Holy crap.
Suggest that they can generate outputs that are non-trivially novel and useful to humans.
Okay.
I don't know what all that means.
So I'm sort of getting it. Yeah. So how do you feel about this?
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I mean it. So how does this work? Are they literally attaching something to someone's brainstem?
There are things right now that are not connected by wire that are said to be implantable and maybe even tested. I have to review what I've read recently that can up the intellectual and or information access of the human brain.
Okay.
So I don't know, where that leads. I think of also the Lee Wanell film.
Yeah, Upgrade.
Upgrade.
Oh my God, I was trying to think of that.
There we go.
Dude.
And
just watched that. Yeah.
that's a mess.
And
But that's the thing.
Because it all starts off great. Look what I can do.
Yeah, this is all great if the intentions are pure, but there's bad actors out there, man, and and this gets in the hands of people that have, less than pure intentions, then it sucks.
I saw footage yesterday of a drone mounted with a machine gun fighting a Boston Dynamics dog mounted with the machine gun.
No, it's fireworks. I saw it too.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, but it was awesome.
It looked like crazy.
The robot dog is shooting these at
each
drone
other
in the air, and the drone is firing down at it.
Oh
it was pretty
God.
awesome. So while still in a speculative stage, the concept of an exocortex feels like a natural evolution for AI, they say in this particular article. So we'll see. The development of a seamless word-based human-computer interface will also be needed to make these interactions feel like natural extensions of the human thought process. Dear God, this has moved quickly. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the nature of this stuff. If you look at the timeline of mankind and the developments in what
flight,
everything. Yeah. I mean, it's just a blip on the timeline.
And within 50 years, we went from Kitty Hawk to the moon or space.
To Elvis impersonators.
Yeah.
And
Come on, man.
We're not prepared.
man.
I want to see a man on the moon in 10 years, man.
We're just not prepared cognitively, for this stuff.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
All right, we'll move on to something else, something less scary.
I'm trembling. Kathy, hold me.
Let's talk about the average penis.
Yes.
All right, recent studies have shown the average penis.
Anything in there about the sub-average?
Listen to this. The recent studies have shown the average penis is growing.
Right now.
Yeah, right now.
I have anecdotal evidence.
But there's a lot more to it that is in store for the male sex organ. Stronger swimmers, automated implants, built-in contraception, and other features could soon grace the male reproductive anatomy in the not-too-distant future.
When you say stronger swimmers because the larger penis will serve as a rudder?
No, it has to do with sperm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the human penis has grown at an alarming rate in just 30 years, according to a 2023 Stanford University study that found the average penis.
I will say
the average excited penis.
I'm not alarmed by my personal growth.
Jumped 25% in length between 1992 and 2021. From 4.8 to 6 inches.
So you say the average man should have noticed an increase of like 5 or 6 inches.
This is not saying that you, a full-grown man, your penis is not getting bigger.
Man.
The people that are born and growing up,
well, there you
on
go.
average, have larger tallywhackers, which is a word that doesn't get used that often.
Always late to the dance.
Than us. So the momentum could see the average length push past. Listen to this. By 2100, the average length could pass 8.5 inches.
The average. So then will the average vagina be the size of a carport?
Oh my God. So researchers hypothesize that environmental factors, not evolution, may have catalyzed rapid growth such as pollution or certain lifestyle habits.
So pollution is giving us bigger dongs?
It's quite possible.
Well, what's everyone complaining about then?
Right?
According to Stanford's Michael Eisenberg, the lead author of the study, he said, if we're seeing this fast of a change, it means that something powerful is happening to our bodies. However, sizing up could spell problems for the female anatomy.
That's what I was thinking about.
Which may not be able to accommodate the change in men, creating a new hurdle to pregnancy.
Is it conversely, they're not keeping pace then? They won't see a aperture increase.
Yeah, they're shrinking. No, that would definitely have a negative impact on reproductive success, he said. Another area ripe for improvement is semen motility. Bioengineers might look to enhance sperm movement or shape to make them more efficient, likely to penetrate the egg cell membrane.
So will that be the inclusion of gunpowder?
To
make sure you get it in there?
I don't know the answer to that. For those seeking the opposite effect, scientists are also looking for nanotechnology to create a built-in contraceptive system that could turn off and on at will.
That's interesting. I don't know if I want that kind of tech placed in my junk. I did it old school. I had my prostate removed and my seminal vessel.
There's even more. So Canadian bioethicist Gregory Dvorsky speculated that robots no bigger than a red blood cell could be designed to block the passage of sperm via the vas deferens. Or, he said, the nanobots could be on the hunt for sperm-specific proteins and take evasive action. Now,
what a safari.
Now, not only procreation, Dvorsky theorized that wireless internet technology could make pleasure more accessible with a Bluetooth-enabled penis. For example,
Mom, I'm having sex. What's the Wi-Fi password?
a trigger, or it could trigger the brain to receive more sensory information from the penis. Rich Lee is the CEO of a company called Cyborgasmics.
Wait, you said Bluetooth. Does this mean you can connect your penis to the Sonos system?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
The biohacking proponent promised a pubic implant called the Lovatron 9000.
This sounds like a Woody Allen movie.
That would make the penis vibrate like a sex toy on demand.
So if you're soaking, right? As in that what we talked about?
Yeah. That was that supposed Mormon term for
right.
You don't need somebody to rock the bed for you.
Right, yeah.
You got a device.
Lee previously promised to turn himself into a cyborg, enhancing how he experiences the world. And has already implanted himself with several experimental devices, he says.
Hey, penis, play WMMR.
Hey, penis, how many tablespoons are in a cup? Ozzy wanted to shout
Ozzy, yeah.
All right, interesting. So I thought that was worth mentioning.
There's a lot of heavy stuff coming on here.
Yes. All right, let's go with a lifestyle thing. Apparently 2 to 4 weeks are all you need to make a new habit become a discipline. No, it is not that way. It's not a discipline skill. This is a myth. Okay, so they say 2 to 4 weeks are what you need to make a new habit become a disciplined skill. It's a myth. And this is, as people are maybe New Year's changing their lifestyle.
Trying to follow through, change their lifestyle, yes.
So the results show that new habits formed between 106 and 154 days on average. So it's a lot longer.
That's long.
Yeah.
So when I've adopted things, so my most recent would be the intermittent fasting, which I just was a slight modification, but sticking with it, it took about a month and a half before it became sort of second nature.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I've been going to the gym fairly regularly for coming up on like 4 years or whatever.
Is that because of your new penis Bluetooth connection?
It has nothing to do with that. But you can really chase yourself away early on. I suggest anybody who's looking to get and go to the gym, don't do too much. Just go there, maybe even just like make it like a 15, 20-minute thing on a daily basis. And then you like build up to some stuff. But like yesterday I went and I guess maybe I didn't have the fuel in my body that I needed.
The fire in your belly.
I just didn't have it, right? But like I literally sat in the parking lot for 10 minutes before I even got out of my car trying to talk myself out of even going. You know what I mean? And it's so easy to do that. But like I have gotten into a routine now but it didn't happen in 2 weeks. It didn't happen in 3 weeks. It took a long time. And I think I needed to actually see some results first. Do you know what I mean? Like whether it be weight loss or, a certain definition in a muscle or body part or something like that. But it's really easy to fall off. And I think it's easier to fall off something than it is to catch steam on something.
I'll give you a good device to use when you need the motivation to get started. Mm-hmm. There's a therapist that I follow on Instagram, and she's got a great device that is good for almost anything. When you find yourself weighing, should I do this now? If you count backwards from 5 to 1, and then you just get up.
I do that sometimes when I can't get out of bed.
If you literally go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
go.
and do it.
But I forget the order.
It can actually motivate you.
Press, that is actually something that I use to get out of bed. Not all the time, but like sometimes when I'm really, really, really tired and I need to just maybe snooze one more time. And sometimes that snooze one more time is a bad idea. I will do that. I will count down from 5. Sometimes I get to -1 before I get up. But
the thing, so it's very similar to what I do. The second I think about it, I just go.
Yeah.
Because if I pause for a second, then you're a goner. If you sit down, if you start to ponder, you're a goner.
Yeah, Kath, I want to ask you something because you were a diver, and this was a tactic that we used a lot of times on the diving board. If you were scared to try something new,
count backwards from 100.
No, it was 3. It was a 3 count.
Yeah.
You didn't count down, but you count. Well, I mean, it didn't really matter if you counted up or down, but you're like, okay, I'm just going to do this. 1, 2, 3, go.
The old 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I was pretty good at not because there were those people that just sat on the board forever and ever and ever. I was pretty good. I never did that. Like either I did it or I didn't do it, but I didn't stand on the board forever.
When it comes to exercising, the phrase that I use in my head, the moment that I'm questioning whether I should do it or not, and I literally say this to myself sometimes out loud, is shut the F up and go do it.
Yeah.
I use those exact words, and then I'll just go do it.
Mine, living la vida loco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever works. Loca.
Hey, Kath, I started doing yoga. I'm like 3 weeks into yoga practice, and I'm trying to find a mantra for myself.
Okay.
But I don't know what it should be. Do you have a mantra?
No, usually just like what they give you. If they do one in class, I'll do that.
You get assigned a mantra?
Or there's
you can a lot of people. That's more like meditation, but they do sometimes do it at the beginning or at the end of yoga.
Yeah. So the one that I was doing, there was one at the end, and I was like, what would be something good?
Yeah, I had one. I had one of those meditation apps, and there was a mantra in there. I did it years ago. Remember when I used to fall asleep in car line when I was picking up Jace? But yeah, you can come up with your own, or I use the ones in class.
And everyone knows it.
So researchers had analyzed data from more than 2,500 participants in 20 previous studies about forming healthy habits and the length of time it takes before the habit becomes automatic. And the results showed the new habits formed, like I said, between 106 and 154 days on average. While the median is 59 to 66 days, there are also extremes of just 4 days on the short side and as long as 335 days. So it varies per person.
So I've heard, like, for mnemonic things, for the learning of vocabulary words, that you have to employ the word for 3 to 4 days, a couple of times a day, and then it will become part of your arsenal. But I don't think that's true. I think all of these things need a little bit more time than they indicate.
So the study authors say that even though it seems like a long time, research should give hope to anyone who feels discouraged by previous attempts to maintain healthy habits that didn't stick. You just simply didn't go long enough to make it become automatic.
You're weak.
You're worthless
and weak. Is that a pledge pin?
They point out that the success of trying to establish a new habit can be affected by everything from how often we do it to the time of day we do it and whether or not we enjoy
I just did
doing
it. I'm going to
do it again. I was thinking the same thing. So they said if you had a new practice to your morning routine, if you add a new practice to your morning routine, the data shows that you're more likely to achieve it. You're also more likely to stick to a new habit if you enjoy it. So you want to try morning and hopefully you enjoy what you're doing. That's the important thing.
Or eat cake while you're working out. It's a positive association.
I saw a kid eting Cheez-Its while working out last week.
Seriously?
Listen,
Seriously?
That seems to be counterproductive.
He was probably like a 7th grader, and I believe at the Y that 7th graders have free memberships, but this kid
is eating Cheez-Its.
Had a bag of Cheez-Its, and I thought it was funny. You know, I'm like, I'd
feel
love to
the burn.
I can't understand when people drink anything other than water at the gym.
Right?
Oh my God. I'm like, how is this happening?
What about a margarita, Kevin?
Not at the gym.
What about
No
Gatorade,
way.
though, or something like that?
Yeah,
that
but
okay?
like when you need to take I don't know, to me, that's not like take a big chugging sip, when you need your thirst quench.
Okay. All right, one more, I think at least. We don't have Rob McElhenney to McElhenney. Hey, Rob McElhenney.
It's Mob McElhenney.
Mob McElhenney.
He's 9:30.
9:30. Yeah. So, researchers have challenged the idea that women prefer men who are older than them after finding precisely the opposite in thousands of women who went on blind dates. So, quizzed after their brief encounters, both men and women tended to rate younger dates as more desirable future partners, suggesting that men don't have a monopoly on putting a premium on youth. So ladies like younger partners as well.
Well, that's odd because most of the women on OnlyFans claim to love older men.
Psychologists on the study said that results were surprising because academics often presume the global trend for older men in married and cohabitating couples mirrors the preferences of both partners. I mean, look at Bill Belichick. I mean,
There we go. That's it. Yeah.
Dear God.
I sent you over that article.
Yeah.
To see them together is a bust out loud laughing moment.
Yes.
Listen,
it's insane.
You understand the Bill Belichick side of it all, right?
No, of course.
Well, it's going right to this. But so it also says, though, on the converse that women prefer a younger,
right?
And this is, I guess, at once you're past like dating age or something like that. But
but this chick with Bill Belichick, like you understand his side, but her side, you're like, okay, she either is just wants the money or the lifestyle, or she has a kink. You know what I mean? Like,
so
this
wait,
is her kink.
This could break down to what you just said, Preston. So at a certain age bracket, we're talking women like want to date younger. So if we're talking young women,
it doesn't say.
Okay, so
they didn't indicate any real.
I could see
demographics.
Women who are of a certain age preferring a younger man.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Case, I get the kink thing, but I'm not buying it. Not for a second.
Sorry. I mean,
no.
And there's a picture of she was at some event and she's just a few years off being like a Miss Teen contestant.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I mean, honestly, 5 years ago, he was coaching the Super Bowl and she was a teenager.
Yeah.
But honestly, and I've said this before, I'm rooting for both of them. I love it.
All right.
I'm psyched for both that they found happiness.
So
sorry that I pooped.
The psychologist on the study said the results were surprising. The researchers analyzed questionnaires completed by more than 6,000 blind daters who used a matchmaking service to fix them up with potential long-term partners. Overall, men and women were equally more attracted to younger dates, at least after the first meeting, according to the authors. This is with the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
In your dating history, did you tend to date younger or older?
Younger.
Younger.
Yeah.
Younger. I don't think girls my age really ever cared for me.
We're on to you, buddy.
Yeah.
You were in that helicopter.
Paul Eastwick, a professor of psychology at the University of California, said the finding would be shocking to many people because men tend to be older than women in romantic partnerships, and women generally say they prefer older partners. Globally, married men on average are on average 4 years older than their wives. The smallest gap in Europe and North America is less than 3 years. The largest gap is in sub-Saharan Africa, where men tend to be more than 8 years older than their wives. In a recent survey of 130 countries, none had heterosexual couples where men tended to be younger than their partners or even the same age.
I'm 6 years older than Claire, which I've heard is a perfect age difference.
Okay.
But I don't know who said that, and they're probably
But I'm 5 years older than Michelle.
We're pretty happy. So,
how old is Diane?
Just a year and a couple of months.
Okay, so you guys are close.
Yeah, pretty.
Kath, what about you and Bubba?
What?
Age-wise, what's the difference? Is he older?
Just 1 year.
1 year, that's it. And Nick, you and Andrea?
12.
12-year difference. You're older.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize there was a 12-year difference.
And Marissa, how about you and Matt? We're going around the room here.
We are 2 years different.
Okay, you guys are
older?
close.
Well, if you have to guess.
I'm saying he's
Matt.
older?
Oh, he's older. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So globally, wait a second. U.S. Census data shows that in half of married couples, the man is at least 2 years older than the female, while only 14% have a woman who is older by the same margin. In England and Wales, nearly a third of married couples have an age difference of 5 or more years. So even though it shows the spouses, the people that are married, globally, men are on average 4 years older than their wives. In the lead up to that, and when you're searching for a spouse, you generally look for someone who's younger.
Okay.
So I guess it doesn't end up that way a lot of times, but that's
when
kind
you're
of what they're
screwing
saying.
around.
That's what people are desiring, they say. All right. Should we wrap it up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, can I add something to the JSI? Something that I saw that was pretty interesting on Instagram, and I don't know if this is true. But
Special guest JSI Casey.
So this woman, and again, like, I don't know if this is true or not, but it just rang true to me. And it talked about popularity, right? and the common denominator for people that are the most popular, right? And you would think maybe the prettiest or the cutest looks or the most athletic or something along those lines. And so I see this thing and I had to send it to all my kids because I don't care if it's true or not, but the most popular, the most common denominator was the most popular people liked more people. They were friendlier to more people. They consider. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So they were more open to more people. So if let's say you're in high school and you're walking down the hall, you're open to everybody. You're saying, "Hey, Preston. Hey, Nick. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Steve," and it didn't matter to them. And so when they were open and more kind and friendlier, and they liked more people, more people then ended up liking them.
I can see that.
Yeah.
And
They're able to hide their hatred better.
you have to be a bit of an extrovert.
Yes.
You know, there are people that are shy and afraid, and they may like people that they see, but don't.
Right.
You know what I mean? They don't engage.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so, you're I guess you're fighting an uphill battle at that point. But Yeah, because I think like my son I love him so much, but I think he's like
little quiet,
drawn in.
Yeah, a little quiet, a little drawn in. But like the friends that he has, he's good with all of those guys. But then kind of goes like inward or whatever. But I thought that was interesting. But Press, I didn't really think about that aspect of it all. It's
I can see that though, but they that they like people in general.
People.
And they're social.
People's is people.
But when I saw that video, I was like, I want to impart this and share this on the air. And I'm like, I don't know where this would fit, so I just kind of wedged it in
It's
right there.
more a connoisseur thing, I think.
So, is it really?
So in the hopes that maybe people will like more people, or
be nice to people.
Yeah, be nice and more open
The popular
to
people tend to be nice people. We could say that, right?
Yeah. I mean, listen.
At some level.
I guess it depends on what type of popularity is, because
Sexual.
there's an and I'm thinking back to high school specifically.
Yeah.
There's the admiring people because of what they are. And they become popular because they're the jock, because they're rich.
Yeah, they're not
whatever it may
saying
be.
that doesn't ever play into it.
Right,
Yes,
right.
yeah, pretty people, athletic people, and all that stuff.
Rich people,
Rich people. Yeah,
Mansion people.
Mansion people for sure.
Well, it's,
yacht people.
There are certain nuances to all this stuff. But listen, is it a bad rule of thumb to try to be as nice and conversive and outgoing to people as you can be? I don't think you're going to end up losing because of that.
It changes with your age too. Like obviously when you're in high school, all the dynamics in high school matter a lot more, and you think that they're enormously important, and then you realize years later, no, not really.
Yeah, then you hit a certain age and you're sitting on your front lawn yelling pumpernickel and rye bread.
Well, I think of one of my
by the way, both good breads.
They are. By the way, I just picked up a hell of a pumpernickel, freshly made from Acme. Toasting that up with some butter.
A little bit of butter?
A little bit of butter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Is there caraway seeds in there?
Yes, there are.
Yeah, man.
I'll give you a really interesting, it's going to sound gross. But Nick, I don't know if you had this or not, but I told you about a restaurant in California called Nepente.
Yeah, I went there because of you.
Yeah. It's near Carmel and US 1 and all that. Beautiful. It's up on a cliff, and they served a sandwich there on pumpernickel bread.
Yeah.
Cream cheese, walnuts, and black olives. And that sounds gross.
No, it does not.
It sounds amazing.
It sounds great.
Fantastic.
But that's it. There's no.
I think so, Nick. Was that, or there might have been like some.
Is that a Clint Eastwood special?
Watercress on there or something like that, but it
Here's
was.
what I want.
I saw that thing. I'm like, this does not look appetizing at all. I ate it. It was phenomenal. Part of it was because that pumpernickel bread.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Sayin.
Damn good.
Are you looking up Nepente right now?
I'm trying to find their menu.
Yeah.
You know what? There was a picture in a chick with a chick in a bathing suit.
You can go back to that one for a second.
Who wants? Yeah. Let's check out her menu.
Pumpernickel.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, I like her menu.
Who cares about the menu?
I'll have 2 of those, please.
The girls of pumpernickel bread.
Right. How did that end up? All right, anyway.
Well,
really,
if you're trying to sell pumpernickel.
Dude, she's just busting out of this swimsuit.
The swim. So she's got an N on it.
Pumpernickel. Who wants pumpernickel? The boys go crazy for pumpernickel.
That's my safe word. Pumpernickel.
What is the
Pumpernickel?
What's the sexiest bread?
Pumpernickel.
No.
What is the sexiest bread?
So pumpernickel, pump her nickel.
There you go. But a baguette is kind of phallic. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and you could hollow it out and have sex with it.
Yeah, but the
I wouldn't hump a baguette.
No?
Sourdough
that's
looks
gross.
like a giant knocker.
But but if you're going to actually try to have sex with it, it's kind of crusty and it would hurt.
I think a Hawaiian roll.
Wait, we're having sex with bread now?
Hawaiian roll.
Hawaiian roll makes sense. That's nice and soft.
King.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Call me King.
Eat that up a little.
Marissa, you look like you want to say something.
I can't believe I want to.
I
Close your
can't
eyes.
either.
Well,
I don't know,
which
but
bread are you using for sex?
As you guys were saying this, I was like, ooh, focaccia.
Yeah. It's got the right word in the middle of it.
Wait a minute, but look at the picture. We're looking at pictures of bread. Look at the challah bread.
Yeah, that is sexy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Got all kinds of crevices and
Yeah.
cleavage and whatnot in
Maybe
there.
too soft, though.
Oh, hang on, a pita. Hang on, a pita.
Hang on, Pita.
Dr. Mike.
Yeah.
Rico Pita.
I mean, the pita needs to be a little bit thicker.
This is ridiculous. Look at this picture. No one's banging a matzah.
No.
No,
that's a good point.
No. That's like sandpaper on your penis. I mean, and that's not fun, I hear.
It's like a pita.
Wow.
All right.
There's naan. There's
Nothing in the
sourdough.
unleavened.
No, nothing in the
No,
unleavened.
but
you
that
need your
challah-
bread to rise.
That challah's supposed
Just like
to be,
you.
Look at the challah. I think
Yeah.
that's the sexiest bread.
Yep.
All right.
All right, we got to the bottom of it.
I think we did. Thank you very much. It's what we do here at the Just Saying Institute as we are wrapping up this particular segment. We are going to take ourselves a break. Yeah, we'll be talking to Rob McElhenney when we return, and we'll bring you up to speed on free Eagles tattoos, BirdBot, and all that stuff. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ.
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
Now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft one engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. And Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
it's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh, that's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's just,
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings, preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face
Absolutely.
with all your might.
I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe
Preston-
you should
so
let
Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh, my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old. There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
WMMR.
Got a couple minutes before Rob's going to be on. Real quick, I want to reiterate this. I said this the other day, but our good friend and family member, Tim Graham, works here at WMMR, has been with the radio station as long as we have. And his wife had a medical emergency over the holidays. Pretty bad stuff. And they need help because the medical bills are ridiculous and having trouble with the insurance company. So if you can spare a few bucks for these guys, we would appreciate it. They are family members of ours. And Tim is just the greatest guy, and Gina is so lovely. We want to help them out. So we have a GoFundMe set up on PrestonandSteve.com and WMMR.com. If you can spare $10, that'd be great.
And you're exactly right. Just a couple bucks. We come to you a lot, and we know that. And a lot of times we try to help other people out. This is a family member, as you said, Preston. In fact, when we were coming here to WMMR, Tim was critical in making sure that we could get on air sooner and you do everything without old strings attached. So, and he and Gina are just wonderful people, always put other people before themselves. And without going into specifics, it's a particular kind of hell that they're dealing with.
Yep. So if you could take a moment and, especially if we've done a favor for you, we'd appreciate a favor back if that's all right. So you can do that at PrestonandSteve.com. Just look for the link. It says, MMR family, please support Tim and Gina Graham in their time of need. So we made an announcement earlier this morning. We are going to be handing out Eagles tattoos on Tattoos Day next week, a special edition. It's Tattoos Day Live, because normally we give away the gift certificates and then you go to Floating World Tattoo on South Street and, make an appointment and get it set up and everything. No, you'll be coming here to the studio next Tuesday.
Time is of the essence.
Yeah, so we will have a variety of designs that you can choose from Floating World that they're bringing in. And then they're going to administer right in the Acme Lounge. I think we're going to set it up right in there.
Right
we'll
there.
be able to see this through the glass while you're getting your tattoos
And
done.
These aren't some low-rent tattoos. Now, you're going to have a selection of predetermined ones to pick from, but these guys do exemplary work.
So you can get signed up for that at PrestonandSteve.com. We're going to pick 9 people. We have 3 artists here who will be tattooing 3 different people, and we'll knock them out. And we'll have some fresh ink and some good juju.
I think so. It feels that way.
Yep, you'll be good to go. So sign up for that, PrestonandSteve.com. We out.
And it just so happens that Nifty 50 is going to be here that day, too. So,
really?
Yeah. Maybe you can have yourself a little milkshake while you're getting a tattoo.
Do they still have our...
I don't know.
That is a good question. The Graham Cracker Blast.
Yeah, that was so good.
Yep. And the other thing we want to mention is that tomorrow morning... BirdBot! BirdBot is hitting the road, gang. He is almost done. There are tweaks that are taking place in the construction. Greg Monahan, our lead engineer in BirdBot headquarters.
Chief engineer, yeah.
Is putting it together, and there's going to be some technological advances that we've come a long way since 2018.
Absolutely.
And BirdBot will be picked up by someone we don't know who, and then taken out into the streets of Philadelphia and the surrounding areas, and he's going to be passed around like a celebratory drink at a victory party.
That's a good way to describe it. This BirdBot 2.0, Preston, incorporating AI.
Oh, really?
Always inept.
Always inept.
That's great.
BirdBot.
You know
But
what?
we'll be able to track it more closely.
Yes.
Hopefully, we're going to have lights on it and the whole thing. You get to decorate it as well.
But as we're giving you the charge that you have to move it along, the goodwill of all of the Eagles fans, those here, passing it around the city, the burbs, wherever. And, you put your little whatever you want on it just to make sure that love is preserved on BirdBot 2.0. But then we're going to ask you to, however you're driving out there, to pass it along like a relay race.
Yeah. This is probably too late as far as the design is concerned, but we should have incorporated a cup on it so that people could drink out of BirdBot.
Drink out of BirdBot.
Yeah.
That's actually a good idea.
It's not a bad idea, right? You
Marissa's
just got to make sure
thinking
you
about it.
clean it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the trick.
Yeah.
Cleaning
the
it.
bowl on top. Yeah, I don't know. But we're excited for BirdBot, and it seems like the response is positive so far. So get your little tchotchkes, your little representation. I don't know if they're going to be stickers or hand-drawn or what, but we want to litter BirdBot. I think, did that start kind of grassroots last time?
It was grassroots. We'd come off the success of PopeBot.
Yeah.
And then we were looking for something, finding ourselves in the situation that Eagles in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then we figured that PopeBot had worked out so well, and it was such a sign of benevolence and goodness. We figured what better way to convey and get the energy of our love out to the Super Bowl.
What I meant was the people putting stickers in.
That happened organically.
That just started to
Preston.
happen.
Yeah. And then we love the way people became invested in BirdBot and then also caring for it.
Yep.
Yeah, because our whole thing is we want to see your photos.
Yes.
So post your photos, follow BirdBot Philly on Instagram, and collab with us, which means that you can take your photo, you can post it, and then you can invite BirdBot to collab with the post. So that photo will be on your feed and BirdBot's.
That information is actually contained on BirdBot itself, is it not?
Yes, it is.
All right.
So, and in fact, you can take a look at BirdBot Philly on Instagram right now and get an idea of what it was like in 2018. And then there's a BirdBot Philly Facebook group as well for those who would like to post pictures and follow along on that.
There are special things that might happen with BirdBot's sojourn around the area. We're not quite sure, but some things sound pretty promising. But the most promising thing would be you being active about getting BirdBot, passing it on to the next person, next people, and giving it that love, that energy.
But really, go to the BirdBot Instagram page now and just
see what we're talking about.
I mean, there are so many photos of BirdBot's journey. I have a hard time saying he or she because it's.
I don't know what
they.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
their journey.
Yeah. So we will we'll get that started tomorrow, where we will reveal in the morning, and then we will say, "Come and get it" right then and there, and then we'll wait for someone to take the initiative to begin the BirdBot journey. But we do know Nick is going to be out with BirdBot, and we're going Broad Street to Bourbon Street. That's what, and hopefully BirdBot makes it down to New Orleans. Maybe by Thursday or Friday, and then tours around New Orleans a little bit.
Wouldn't be.
You can take it into bars.
See BirdBot puking.
Yeah. Getting a beignet at Cafe Du Monde.
Absolutely.
Chicory coffee.
Is that the Philly, the Pats and Ginos of beignets down there?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Paul Prudhomme, he passed away, right?
A while back, I believe.
Visit his gravesite.
Okay, you can visit his gravesite. I'm sure there's famous gravesites.
A whole bunch of famous people buried in those cemeteries.
Get some, go to Preservation Hall.
Yes.
Get pictures there. You can get photos with other musicians, because there's all kinds of street musicians. And if you see any of the, they're not mummers, but the dressed up, dancing New Orleans-ites.
We know all the info.
New Orleanians?
Yeah,
Something like
perhaps. If BirdBot could be in an authentic New Orleans funeral ceremony, which is an incredibly ornate, jubilant.
Can you imagine that? That's leading the way at some poor sap's funeral. Oh, my God. I can't wait.
I love it all.
All right. So anyhow, BirdBot will begin tomorrow. Marissa keeps holding up her index finger. 1 minute, 2 minutes till Rob.
She's saying you're number one.
I want Rob to hear the BirdBot jingle.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm kind
By
of.
the way, there's a picture of Rob with BirdBot.
Yeah.
1.0.
That was at the parade, I believe.
Yeah.
It was. It was when we were broadcasting live from an apartment complex on Broad Street, or on the Parkway.
So great.
And Rob stopped by, and Bert Kreischer stopped by, and we got great pictures. And we had Rob, who was posing with BirdBot. So we have that somewhere. Is he ready yet? Hang on a second, Marissa's. Hang on, what?
I mean, I'm stalling. He was here for a second. I think he's definitely like, it's dark. Like he woke up early.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's in
I think
LA.
he was on
yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel last night.
Was he?
Yes.
Man.
Rob,
Okay.
I'm putting you in the room.
Okay, so he says yes. All right.
Poor
Let
guy.
me know when you're ready, because I'll hit the BirdBot jingle and all that stuff here in just a moment. But anyhow, so listen tomorrow morning, and we probably are going to start it fairly early, that we send BirdBot out on the road. And just listen for the music. So we are trusting you, Philadelphia, to take care of BirdBot and get him in New Orleans. All right, our next guest is ready to go. He'll be in New Orleans, I'll guarantee you that.
Oh, yeah.
It's a wild guess, but I'm assuming so. But season 4 of Mythic Quest on Apple TV Plus is out now. New episodes every single Wednesday night. 10 episodes total. Ladies and gents, Rob McElhenney is with us this morning. Hey, man.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
We're wonderful, man. How about yourself?
I'm so great. You know, I did Hot Ones. You know the show Hot Ones?
Yeah.
Where they eat I did that 2 days ago.
How's your
I'm
mouth?
going to tell you, it still has an effect on you a couple days later.
Yeah, it has a way of working its way through your body, doesn't it?
It sure does. And here we are, 48 hours later, and I did Jimmy Kimmel last night, and you know, it just has a way of just reminding you that it occurred.
Yeah.
There is people don't believe it, and those who don't, I don't handle hot stuff very well. I'd be euthanized by that show. But there's a buffalo chicken sort of meal that I like that is a little bit hotter. And you're exactly right, Rob. On the second leg of the journey, you feel it. The burning from the mouth. A classic porn journey,
right?
Yeah, and it's what other physical things did you notice occurring after you took? Because that to me looks as painful as it gets, Rob, going through that process.
A full-on paralysis, and you don't. And somebody sent me video of it that they were shooting with their iPhones, and you realize you black out. It is the craziest thing. You go into like fight or flight, and you have to pace around, and it is exceptional pain. Exceptional.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got to see that episode when that comes out for sure. Rob, I wanted to compliment you. Obviously, you're so savvy and awesome on social media, but the video you posted of you trying to show your street cred for Philly, I was dying laughing, man. It was excellent.
What's great about social media is I think I posted that like originally, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years ago on TikTok. It's one of those things that just makes the rounds again. And it's perennial because I've had more people reach out to me about that particular social media post than, I don't know, anything I've put out in the last 10 years.
That's funny. That's crazy. Preston had suggested, we're assuming you're going to be in New Orleans for the game. Is that a correct assumption?
That is an assumption. And also, I just want anybody to assume if they know where I live and they're thinking about sending people because Caitlin and I will be away, there will be armed guards.
Yes, that's right. They will know.
That's sort of a thing.
All the athletes have to do it now. It's part of the deal. It's ridiculous, but yeah, you're a smart man for doing that.
Hey, real quick, actually, speaking of that, Rob, I know that you and Caitlin were dealing with the fires. How is everything? It's been a rough few weeks for a lot of people in Los Angeles. How is it for you guys?
It has been, but truly, the fact that the hell that we saw, and to know that there are people that go into that hell as we're all fleeing from it. Those people truly saved our lives, saved entire neighborhoods, saved thousands of people's homes and thousands of people's lives. And truly, like, the LA Fire Department are some of the bravest, the most incredible people I've ever seen in my entire life.
There's nothing that puts it into perspective when you see a firefighters or the fire jumpers or anybody, anywhere, any of those guys and women, an astonishing level of courage.
Yes. And so because of them, truly, we're back in our house. We were gone for about 11 days, but we just got back into the house a couple nights ago. And as you know, there's nothing better than sleeping in your own bed. It took a couple of days of remediation where they have to come through and because of all the ash and smoke and whatnot, but no real damage. The kids had a blast. They got to they were out of school and got to play video games in a hotel room for 2 weeks.
So to video games and Mythic Quest, season 4. I don't know if we've ever asked you this question. I'm a gamer. Has Ubisoft? You guys have the arrangement with this company. Has there ever been talks of an actual Mythic Quest game, whether it be the game that's within the show or the game of the show?
Yeah, so right from the very beginning, we discussed that. But to make a game of the scale that we're talking about would cost hundreds of millions of dollars and about 5 or 6 years, because that's the level at which we're talking about in the show. And so it's just about whether or not they want to make that commitment.
Right.
So they put out like little fun games here or there, but anything of that level has got to be AAA plus, and it's going to be a long time coming. And truly, it's funny. We're still waiting for that moment. Sunny came out, and as you very well know, nobody watched it for 6 or 7 years. And yet, for now, especially young people they think about, that show that's always been on, like The Young and the Restless or General Hospital or something like that. But nobody watched that show for 6 or 7 years, and then they thought, it's just always been a hit, and it wasn't. It took many, many years of people like you supporting us and FX continuing to make it, and I feel like it just had to hit that moment in the zeitgeist. And I think Mythic Quest is just one of those shows that everybody I talk to seems to love it. It's my best reviewed show that I've ever made, including Sunny and Welcome to Wrexham. And yet it's just waiting for that moment for it to hit the zeitgeist. And I think once that does happen, then they'll start making video games and T-shirts and all sorts of merch.
Well, I think, listen, so I sort of love bombed the show and got caught up. And what happens is when you learn more about the characters, it's the nature of these things. You well know it better than anyone else. Once you know these little subcontexts and things about the characters, then that family vibe kicks in, the ensemble. And you have an extraordinary ensemble on Mythic Quest. And that's when these things that were you to describe it to someone who wasn't watching the show wouldn't resonate. If you've invested some time, you start to get those payoff years. And I think you're in that now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And especially with a streaming network now, because people just consume television differently. And so when you have 4 and 5 seasons of a show, it makes it a lot easier and a lot more fun to go back and start watching it again. And that's what we just did. My son Leo, who's 12 years old, but we've been now making Mythic Quest for 4 or 5 seasons. He forgot about what the first season of the show was. And so we got back into our house and we thought about like what should we watch next. And he said, I want to go back and watch Mythic Quest. So we started watching season 1, and it had been a minute and he didn't really remember it. And about halfway through this 5th episode that we binged, he said, Dad, everywhere we go, everybody asks you about Sunny, and then they ask you about Wrexham. And I said, yeah. And he goes, this show is so much better than those. Why don't they ask you about them? I said, A, I think you might have to like physically fight Sunny fans if it comes to that. But B, I really appreciate your support, son. Thank you.
Rob, the format of rolling out new episodes once a week in this streaming world, I mean, usually the formula is they'll give you 3 episodes and then you got to go to the weekly thing. What about your personal preference? Because I kind of like it, because when I burn through a series, I'm very disappointed that I'm going to have to wait X amount of time, and just dragging it out a little bit, I think in the long run is better for me personally in enjoying the show.
Yeah, that's exactly what we found. Again, if I had a time machine, I would do 2 things with this particular show. I would change the title, because people think that Mythic Quest is like a cape and sword drama,
right?
Instead of workplace comedy, which is what it is. But also that we wouldn't have dropped all of the episodes. For 2 years, we put all 10 episodes out at the same time. And what it does is you see it peak over a weekend, and then of course people's lives are busy and they've got a million things to do. And it was great because we watched people churn through the episodes, but then come Monday it's over, and then it's another year before the show comes out. And human beings being who we are, when we find something we love, we jump all the way into it. But then it doesn't allow for the anticipation of the following week. And it's funny too, even just talking to my sons again about football and why we'll get into that. But for as excited as we are about the next 2 weeks, they're always bummed at the end of the season, regardless of what happens, because this weekend, for example, there's no football to watch.
Right.
So for 17 straight weeks, we had something to do on Saturday to watch Caitlin's Oregon Ducks, and Sunday to watch the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm sad to say also the LA Chargers, because my son is an LA punk. But the point is, we had 17 weeks to watch something together and to have those family experiences. So now Mythic Quest drops once a week after the first week, and I think that just builds momentum.
All right, I have so many things I want to ask now because of just your last answer, but you can do what I'm doing, which last night I watched the first half of the Eagles-Packers playoff game, and so over the next week or so, I'm just going to relive all of the playoffs this past season. So you can do that. I want to ask about the LA Chargers. Did you influence him in rooting for the Chargers instead of the Rams because it was AFC over NFC?
That's 100% right. I said, look, you got two choices, kid. And I get it, because all of his friends, and oddly enough, there are a ton of kids out here who are, for whatever reason, either transplants, their parents were transplants, or they are just massive Eagles fans. So he's got a lot of Eagles fans. But then I said, you got two choices. You can not watch football, or you can find an AFC team. And that's why he chose the Chargers, but also because Herbert went to Oregon.
Okay.
So that's old school. So I think he chose well. They're a fun organization. They're no threat to us. And if they are a threat to us, it'll be in the Super Bowl, and he knows where his heart lies.
Nice. And then my last question was just about being on Apple Plus. Man, the hit rate for those guys is just it's amazing.
We love the quality over there. They've cranked out so many great programs.
Yeah. So can you talk about the support that you get from them, and how is it different working with them other than some of the other outlets that you've been working with?
Yeah, I mean, truly, again, it's one of those shows that has found its audience, and people really, really, really love it, and it's because of the support that Apple gives it. And then shows like Ted Lasso that really hit the culture, or Severance, that just drives eyeballs to the service, and it gets people really excited about just going to watch Apple shows. And then we just are the beneficiary of that. And hopefully we become that show this year where people are like, oh, I can't wait to go watch that workplace comedy instead of that show about video games. And then that'll be the one that drives us as well.
Yeah, it's interesting you talking about the influx of, or at least you noticing the fandom for the Eagles kicking up locally. And I would think, I've been seeing more and more stories about people sort of from far-flung regions, specifically Australia and other areas, that are now fans of the Eagles. And I would have to say that Sonny and Abbott Elementary and all the Philadelphia-based shows pop culturally are introducing the fandom and the fan base to a wide audience. And that might be what has kicked it up a bit. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so we talked a lot about, Quincy and I talk all the time now, and we're going to go to the Super Bowl together, actually. And she, after having done our crossover episode, so which we, of course, did for Abbott Elementary, but what people don't realize is we did the same story for Sonny. So there's another Abbott Elementary crossover. It's just through the prism of Sonny.
Excellent.
So
that's wild.
Yeah, we did like the Disney family version of that story, and then we did the Sonny version of the story, which will be out in June. And that was a lot of fun because it allowed for us to kind of play nice and to play family, our characters, while still feeling organic to who we are. And then it allowed their characters to come on and play nasty, and that was a lot of fun. And we're always joking about how, especially when we did all the press together, that we're able to unlock different sides of the city, and to show different sides of the city and to get people excited. And someone was telling us that there there are 2 different tours you can go on. One is the sights of Abbott Elementary, or the sights of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and that's just so incredibly heartwarming for us.
Well, you know what surprised me with the Abbott Elementary episode was that you guys still got to be you in a proper way within that context. So there was still the level of sociopathic behavior. And them reacting properly to it. The fact that I think they saw you, at least Ann mentions seeing you at an Eagles game, and that, you guys are at that dive bar. And it was really smartly written. But now you're saying it's kind of a Rashomon kind of approach. That's hilarious. So,
within the context of that show, they're making their own TV show. So the premise of the Sunny episode is all the found footage, all the stuff they couldn't use in their episode to make their television show, we and cobble together, or a court.
Rob froze up. Hang on, we'll give it a second too. He's joining us via Zoom from LA this morning. You can tell it's still dark there, but he's the signal froze, so we'll get back to it. We got you now, Rob. We froze up for a second.
Got you back. Sorry about that.
All good.
Honestly, that I think is just I've got good internet here. I think it's just still a byproduct of a lot of telecommunications coming back in this neighborhood. So, sorry about that.
No.
The premise of that particular episode is that they then come on to our show and do their thing, and that's what's going to be so fun to watch.
Nice.
Rob, I have a 2-part football question. The first part is how superstitious are you when it comes to Eagles football?
I truly affect, and I know this for sure now, having spent so much time with professional athletes at Wrexham. Anything that we do from home has absolutely nothing to do with anything that happens on the field.
Okay, so then the second part of my question is, have you made any plans for the week after February 9th?
Are you talking about spending time with Birdbot at the...
Yes, I am indeed.
Let's just say I have a hotel room booked. Hands on hold.
All right, good.
You don't want to put too much pressure on that, but yes, that sojourn is beginning tomorrow for Birdbot 2.0.
Yep.
And it's funny because it's always sort of a dichotomy, Rob, because you absolutely know nothing you're going to do superstition-wise is going to affect it. Yet simultaneously, you know the outcome is completely in your control. So you have to rectify both those things. So who else is going to be with you? You talked about Quinta, and who else is going to be with you at the Super Bowl?
Well, Caitlin and I are definitely going to go, and Quinta and I are going to go. We got an official invite from. Actually, I'm not even allowed to say. I think.
All right.
See, I'm not. Yeah, I know. That's
that's okay. Yeah.
All these people under top secret nonsense, and I don't. I'm an open book, but not everybody else is.
Yeah.
But that said, I will say this. That I talked to a number of different players, both football, American football, and football out there, that we do not, as fans, our superstitions mean nothing to them on the field. However, us in the stadium makes a massive difference.
Right.
And that 12th man, that 12th person screaming down their throat at these events really does make a big difference. So that's going to be us there in a couple of weeks for sure.
And I actually read yesterday that like the amount of tickets that are being sold to people from the Philadelphia area is like highly outnumbers people from Missouri. And it's interesting that you should say that, Rob, because as I was watching the playoff game, the Packers playoff game last night, I watched the whole national anthem, and with the way the crowd responded, and you should have seen the look in Love's eyes as the crowd starts singing and cheering, and he's looking around, and I think he was like, oh no, like what is going on here? Like I think it was a two-part thing. I think he was jealous of not playing for the Eagles, and I also think he was like, oh no, like we're really
Up Best Creek.
Yeah. And they are. And you know what? They gave up the ball on the opening kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, look, a few years ago during the Super Bowl run against the Patriots, it had to be 60-40 Eagles. But even and then honestly, the last one was 50-50 in the stadium, Eagles Chiefs, but I got to believe this year it's going to be 70-30. And, when you go out to a Rams game, so that's the thing about LA fans. There's actually people from transplants all over the city. So we talked to a bunch of the guys on the Chargers, and they said, look, every game for us is an away game, every single game. Because the Chargers just got here from San Diego, and the Rams people don't care about. So it was 70, maybe 80% green in that stadium against the Rams, and the Rams are always playing away, and it was rowdy.
Yeah.
It was rowdy.
It's very cool. Are you watching your social media posts? And obviously you're a hardcore Philadelphia fan and Eagles fan and Phils and everything. But it seems like Saquon Barkley has achieved a mega status in your pantheon. Describe what watching him means to you and your experience with him, because it almost seems messianic at this point.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching him live against the Rams, and at one point he broke a run in the second half where he just got the ball at midfield, and as he was running, I was sitting next to Mr. Laurie, and I was sitting next to Bradley Cooper, and we were both like slack-jawed at watching this man move faster than I've ever seen a human being in person. I've never been to the Penn Relays. I've never been to a 100-yard dash, so I'm sure people are moving faster there. But this guy covered in pads, outrunning other professional athletes. He must have been going 55 miles an hour. Breaking laws. And he just blew down the field. And it was like you were watching something that wasn't real. It was Madden. It was a cartoon character. The guy is just an absolute phenom. And by all accounts, from everybody that I know on the team and the people that I text with and talk with, they say to a person that he is such a wonderful human being who spreads all of the love and the joy and all of the accolades to the people in front of him and the people around him. Just seems like a great guy.
Rob, you mentioned Bradley Cooper. Have you ever talked about him coming on the show at some point? Any one of your shows, actually?
Yes. I mean, actually, he was on Abbott Elementary, and we were talking about that because we were doing a crossover, and we were talking about all sorts of different. Once you sit together with somebody for 3.5 hours watching the Eagles demolish somebody, everybody's in a really good mood. So, in fact, with Quinta, when we pitched the crossover, the first time I met her, she had just won an Emmy. So I met her backstage at the Emmys, and that's a good time to get a person as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking over your shoulder. You got a couple of bottles of Four Walls behind you there. Does that make it into the super boxes or wherever you're sitting for games?
I don't know if I ever showed you guys this. Hold on, we'll go for a little tour.
Oh, nice. Okay, we're gonna walk through that.
My office, but this we had built.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at this.
That's a bar. That's with Max Tavern colors.
Yeah.
That's a real Patty's Pub. Actually, we got the Four Walls taking precedent, but behind that it says Patty's Pub. And this is, and sorry, just no little flex there.
Oh, okay, nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Two Emmys.
These are the actual, like, this is set. I stole this.
Oh.
Sorry, Disney. We stole and whatnot from the set of Patty's, and you never know what season is going to be the last, so you try to steal as much as you can at the end of the year. But that's a really fun bar to watch. Watch some Eagle stuff.
Well, we keep some Four Walls handy right here in the studio for emergencies at any point in time. Yeah.
It's legitimately good. It's
It is.
legitimately good. I know. I would never. We've been asked to, because of the nature of the show, endorse so many different liquor brands. We don't want to be those D-bag celebrities that just come out with something.
Right.
We wanted to make it feel authentic. And the reason that we chose that particular whiskey is because it's not, I like bourbon personally. I don't love Irish whiskey.
Yep.
We wanted to find something that was the perfect fusion that tasted more like bourbon, but the fusion of Irish and American, because that's what I am.
Agreed. So that's what I get. I'm a bourbon guy as well because I like that smoky flavor. But what you get with Irish whiskey is a little less burn and a little more smooth. And you guys found the blend. So I'm a fan of Four Walls. You did a great job.
believe me, we will be drinking plenty of that. And anybody that's going to the Super Bowl, I believe Four Walls is going to be sponsoring a party, a Wrexham watch party at 9 a.m. on Saturday down in New Orleans. And you can imagine a 9 a.m. start on a Saturday with a bunch of people watching English football, drinking Four Walls. That's a pretty good kickoff to a weekend.
I think Marissa's going to be there.
Yeah, Marissa's going to be down there. You got to go by the Four Walls. Well, maybe she's looking at her phone
she's
right
checking
now.
right now.
Yeah.
Rob, there's a really cool video on Four Walls' Instagram page, and our buddy Jason Fayon, he does part-times here. He was a producer for Pierre Robert for a number of years, and he has this Instagram account that's called the Zubaz Brothers, and they show up in full Zubaz gear at every Eagles game, him and his buddy Glenn, who I've known for like 30 years. And so they were drinking Four Walls at a tailgate a couple weeks ago. If you get a chance later today, scroll through Four Walls' Instagram account because Jason and Glenn do it upright, and they do it upright while drinking some Four Walls.
Okay, Zubaz, got it. Those are hard to miss.
Yeah.
Well, listen, brother, we obviously are going to point people in the direction of Mythic Quest. For those who have not gotten on board, you've got 4 seasons to fill your time with. And if you're already a fan, then you know, but new episodes come out on Wednesdays, and that is available right now on Apple TV Plus. So make sure that you go and sample if you have not done that as of yet. But in the meantime, we're just getting ready for what happens next weekend. And we're stoked that you had a chance to come on and talk about it. But, man, congratulations on everything so far. And we'll have more congratulations for you, hopefully, in about a week and a half.
Can we see you on the parade side if possible?
Yeah.
100%. You guys have always been the best. I love you, and you're always so supportive, and you're such good luck charms with Sonny. Although it took 6 or 7 years, you guys always pushed it, and eventually it hit the zeitgeist, and I believe that that's going to happen with Mythic Quest. But most importantly, Casey, to your point, I went to that Chiefs Super Bowl, and I have never watched it. I never watched it again. I've never seen a clip from it.
Nope.
The only time I saw it was live. I never want to see it again. But the previous Super Bowl with Brady, I watch 10 times a year. and I love the idea of going back and watching the entire run from this season. I had not thought about that, and I'm going to dive headfirst into that.
Good idea. Yeah.
Nice. All right, man. We'll see you later on with Birdbot. All right. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. Rob McElhenney, guys. Yeah. We got a great picture with Rob and Birdbot together in 2018 at the broadcast that we did on the parade route on the Parkway. And we're hoping to recreate that photo this year.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you talk about it, and we've said this, I think we always say when we get interviewed, that particular broadcast, that particular day, and for so many people, obviously, in this area, was just incomprehensibly wonderful.
So much fun. Mm-hmm. So much fun. Other than the traffic on the way home, it was a lot of fun.
Trying to get out of a parking lot.
Yeah, that was
about an hour.
That was the only thing. All right, well, we need to take a break. We haven't even done the Bizarre File yet. It's after 10 o'clock, so we'll come back in a second and we will get to that. So make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. they're
Casey.
great.
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's
Yes.
no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little.
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
Yeah.
It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This is it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla look-alike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartzen.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
a lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to
preface.
my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane. And a lot of people just know me from movies. So it's kind of a bonus when they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball. And they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time. And he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? Huh. And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid, Nick Swartzen. That was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy. And he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat climbed. They can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her.
Okay,
I just didn't want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis
The love of bats
bat.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah. I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. Okay. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just say, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay. Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're
country
3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny. What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Friday, I guess, I begin the weekend.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
A little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible. It's Amish in the morning. I got what we were coming a little way on. Really hard.
Those were those cowboy hats, too, when I see him on
Yes.
TV. I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat.
did?
Yeah, on,
Yes.
on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you
came
guys.
on,
What? This guy is such an a-hole. He's
WMMR.
Kathy, do we need a live report on Hambone Lane of anything that's going on?
Yeah,
or?
so Bridgeton Hill Road is still closed between Chestnut Ridge and Hambone Lane, and that's in Upper Black Eddy. And we learned that it's a very steep hill with a very sharp turn, and people drive into the house on the corner there. So it is closed because of a down tree and down wires. Just be careful.
Back to you, Preston.
Hambone Lane.
Jimmy Glaszewski at Handball Lane.
All right, we got to do the beef file here.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so there is an OnlyFans model. Her name is Lily Phillips, and lately she's become very recognizable all over the world, and it's not necessarily a good thing. So after Phillips announced her intent to have sex with 1,000 guys in 24 hours, it apparently put her on the radar of the U.S. Customs and Border Control agents. So last week in Vegas, agents recognized her and told her, this is what she says, that if she went through with her work, she would never set foot on U.S. soil again.
They would revoke her visa.
I find that hard to believe.
So she's looking to get around this now because technically she qualifies as a condom. So she wouldn't be beholden to human law.
Phillips was in Vegas for the AVN Porn Awards and did plan to do her stunt at the time, but was scared off after receiving that friendly little warning from the authorities that she opted to just enjoy the awards instead.
Listen, you can't bring that sort of sexual nonsense to Las Vegas.
No.
They're not used to it.
Yeah. All right, this is a horrible story. 14 members of a Christian religious sect in the northeastern Australian state of Queensland were found guilty on Wednesday after having caused the death of an 8-year-old diabetic girl by denying her life-saving insulin. The girl, Elizabeth Strews, died after treatment was withdrawn, and she had this thing. It's called ketoacidosis, which happens from diabetes. There, they held a core belief in God's healing power to the exclusion of medical care, according to the judge. The administration of insulin to diabetics is often life-saving. Both the father and mother of the girl, Jason and Carrie Strohs, were found guilty of manslaughter and neglect. The home-based church's religious leader, Brendan Stevens, and other sect members were also found guilty of manslaughter for intentionally encouraging the father to withhold the insulin. No murder verdict was handed down to Stevens and the girl's father because it could not be proven that they realized that they would probably die given their state of mind at the time, kind of, fanatical, I guess, for lack of a better term. So the members were said to have prayed and sung next to the girl when she passed away over the course of a week. And then they waited 36 hours before calling paramedics. The accused repeatedly told the court and police that they believed she would rise from the dead and was only sleeping, which is kind of, I've seen that in cult stuff before. They're like, they're resting.
Right.
No, they're dead.
No.
Well, they're also stinking up the place.
Yeah. All right, how about this? This should be textbook irony, right in the dictionary. A museum dedicated to commemorating the victims of a 19th century flood in Pennsylvania has temporarily closed due to flooding caused by the inside of the facility, caused by a water leak stemming from recent extremely cold weather. Fortunately for its patrons, the Johnstown Flood Museum said on its social media accounts that nothing of historical significance was affected by the interior Indonesia.
It's actually kind of funny if you think about it.
So the statement thanked volunteer docent at the museum, Nikki Bolsey, who was working in the archives when she discovered the leak. Museum officials said that Bosley, sounded the alarm and allowed us to get in here and keep it from being much, much worse. But the Flood Museum was closed due to flooding.
You guys ever been there, Johnstown?
No.
It's out towards Pittsburgh in that direction, and a lot of their local economy is based on sort of tourism or surrounding
tourism, right?
Around this flood, yeah, including that museum. Like it's this devastating dam break, and basically this entire reservoir that was up on a hill flooded the entire town below it.
There's footage, the photos, but it's astonishing to see what happened.
Yeah.
History Channel did a special, and that was one of the. There are a number of dam breaking stories from around the world, and that story ended up in the.
Yeah, man, there was one in Wyoming when my son and I went out there for visiting, and it's a story where a whole town
gone,
like it
And
wiped it off the face of the earth.
Like a flash flood, too. It wasn't like anything that...
North Carolina level.
Right. And then there was another one, I think it might have been in upstate New York, where was it not like maple syrup or something?
Molasses.
That's what it was.
Yeah. That was insane. Like tons of
I
people were killed in
remember
that.
yes.
All right, well, moving on, I have another interesting story. With AI in the headlines, not every story is good news. A chatbot backed by the French government has been taken offline because it was giving unusual advice. In a statement, Lenagora Group said the chatbot Lucy is an academic research project in its early stages that was released prematurely. When it launched Thursday, social media lit up with users sharing the bot's answers to questions that were strange. And the one that caught most attention was the answer to a user's question about cow's eggs. The chatbot replied, "Cow's eggs, also known as chicken eggs, are edible eggs produced by cows." It also claimed that the square root of a goat is 1.
All right.
In short, not all chatbots are created equal. Let's see. We only have time for one more. We're so late with the B file. I apologize. Let's end with a fun one. Yeah, okay. This one's kind of cool. So a miles-long cluster of dolphins has been filmed leaping and gliding across Carmel Bay off the central coast of California, forming an unusual superpod of more than 1,500 of the marine creatures.
1,500 dolphins in a line?
Yeah.
Is this a synchronized thing? Is it a dance routine?
They were. This is according to Captain Evan Brodsky.
I ain't seen nothing like this ever.
Who is with the Monterey Bay Whale Watch. He said they were on the horizon. I feel like as far as I could see. And he captured drone footage of this huge gathering. They are called Risso's dolphins. The sighting was rare. Risso's dolphins typically travel in groups of only 10 to 30 animals. From a 20-foot inflatable boat, Brodsky and a small team of researchers searching for gray whales were watching mesmerized as the dolphins jumped out of the bay, peeking around as they leapt into the air. This type of dolphin with its stocky body and bulbous head can weigh as much as 1,100 pounds and reach up to 13 feet long. The large mix of adult and juvenile dolphins was likely the result of several pods coming together and swimming south. The team did not initially grasp the size of the superpod that appeared Friday morning, thinking there was only several hundred dolphins. He said, once we put the drone up, I was blown away. I kept saying, look at my screen. Look at this. How many are there? And it blows my mind every time I take a look at it. But 1,500 of them, that's huge.
It's amazing. And they said they were synchronized to the song I've Had the Time of My Life, which is... That's hard cool. If you're a dolphin to dance to.
Absolutely. And that is what I have in the bizarre file this morning. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson, question, and trash, music news. That's all up next. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
The cops, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And he got arrested,
and and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
But technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
Oh, he was ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, who you wife? Damn. You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife, Dan? I need to focus on
All
this
right, focus.
because I don't
She's
know
a
if this,
newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you
you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't
Yeah.
forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's
was
like
very
I
well
was
done.
there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
Just so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankle. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh
thing.
my God. He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God. Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character. And he decided he needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mutta truck, or mutta trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's a...
Me neither.
The question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say, because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs.
You're working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
Yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw. I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love, we all love, that is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family...
Mighty Ball Stones on 93.3 WMMR. It's Evident Rocks. Preston Steve Show 1031 on this Thursday morning. We're right on the edge. No Sad Bro Friday, and the release of BirdBot, which I need to mention is sponsored by friends at Philly Sports Strips, and you can get to the big game with phillysportstrips.com. They take care of every last detail. They're the ones that are behind our spring training trip as well, and Vince and company, just a great group of people. So thank you, phillysportstrips.com. For helping sponsor all the things that we're doing in conjunction with the game coming up. We're excited about it. We're going to ask today's lesson question. We are going to give away as a prize tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, May 10th. The question I have for you this morning is, after Kitty Hawk and the moon, what was the next evolution in humanity's ability to achieve flight? And I'll give you a hint. It has to do with a type of impersonator. 215-263-WMMR. After Kitty Hawk and the moon, what was the next evolution in humanity's ability to achieve flight? And it had to do with what type of impersonator? Call if you know the answer. While you're calling, we do the Hollywood Trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will dive into the trash and then get our winner. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Khloe Kardashian admitting she still has feelings for the father of her children, Tristan Thompson, but says she knows it's over. Khloe says, thankfully, the sea is full of moderately capable basketball stars who love banging hot tub girls. Even though Megan Fox is close to her due date, she's cut off all communication with her baby daddy, Machine Gun Kelly. Kelly says people just assume he won't be a good father because he tattooed on a black shirt instead of just putting one on. And finally, Britney Spears' ex Sam Asghari saying his marriage to the former pop star really opened up his eyes about Tinseltown. Asghari says he was stunned to find out that there is actually very little tinsel. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
We will see if you know the answer to this question after Kitty Hawk and the Moon. What was the next evolution in humanity's ability to achieve flight? We will go to Chris looking for an answer. Yo, Chris, morning, bud.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, we're trying to find out the humanity's ability to achieve flight. What was the next step?
An Elvis impersonator?
Yes! Hang on, Chris. You just got yourself tickets to go to our favorite day. It is the Barbecue coming up on May 10th. And Freedom Mortgage Pavilion lawn tickets start at $25. First half of the show is all general admission, so you can get up close and as close as you'd like with any ticket for the first 4 bands. 8 great bands altogether, including Alice in Chains, 3 Days Grace, to name a few. The Preston and Steve side stage. Tickets are on sale now. All the information available at WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I like big balls. All right, we'll get right into these stories. I had this in entertainment news earlier this morning, and if you were an early watcher of MTV, you remember the program 120 Minutes. A massive stroke suffered earlier this month has landed former host Matt Pinfield.
So sad.
In a conservatorship. According to reports, Pinfield suffered a stroke on January 6th after enduring various health struggles over the years. His daughter Jessica has filed for conservatorship to manage his health and financial decisions over concerns that his girlfriend may withdraw his money.
He really had sort of a second lease on life. He had medical concerns. He had an addiction issue. He'd beaten all that, and he was getting in the best shape of his life, and this happens.
Yeah, he was the face of MTV's alternative programming and served, like I said, as the host of 120 Minutes. After MTV, he worked as a record company executive, as well as having several gigs in Southern California radio. So we wish him a recovery, a healthy recovery. Speaking of health, yesterday, Dave Matthews was set to take the stage at today's Fire Aid benefit concert with John Mayer, but late yesterday, he announced that he had to pull out of it. And Matthews made the announcement that he had to deal with a critical illness in the family. So he won't be able to perform today, is what he said. He also has withdrawn from the Music Cares Persons of the Year, honoring the Grateful Dead tomorrow at the Los Angeles Convention Center.
He just had that concert down in Mexico. Was that last weekend?
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier. He was ill. He had the flu, and he addressed that. He's all hopped up on medication and stuff. But he performed those shows as 3 days in a row. Trey Anastasio came out on one of the nights, which is pretty cool. He's done that in the past. But I was saying this to Preston earlier off air. Dave Matthews never cancels shows, ever. And so this must be something really serious for him to pull out of these 2 shows.
Yeah, no other details were revealed by Dave about the illness or who it's affecting. So obviously we'll keep an eye on that for you. The Grammys have announced the second round of their performers. Stevie Wonder, Cynthia Erivo, Coldplay's Chris Martin, Lainey Wilson, Herbie Hancock, Brittany Howard, Brad Paisley, Janelle Monáe, John Legend, Sheryl Crow, St. Vincent, and Jacob Collier.
Massive snub for Corey Feldman.
Have officially been added, and they join previously announced performers Benson Boone, Billie Eilish, Chappell Roan, Charlie XCX, and Ray, Sabrina Carpenter, Shakira, and Teddy Swims. The Grammys are set for this Sunday. They'll air live at 8 p.m. on CBS and stream via Paramount Plus, and Trevor Noah is going to be the host. Todd Kearns shared that the upcoming Slash featuring, I guess it's called Slash featuring Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators album is about halfway finished. And that's the good news. But there's also some bad news. The album is currently on hiatus due to the members' busy schedule. The band has written the songs, recorded the instrumental parts, but vocals still need to be added, it seems. They're saying hopefully the end of 2025, but it could possibly slip into 2026. So we'll see.
Make it an instrumental like Joe Satriani. That cat really knows how to play guitar.
He does. Watch out for him. Over the years, Saturday Night Live has had its fair share of controversial music guests. But according to the show's creator, Lorne Michaels, no one has actually been banned. He said, I'll read it sometimes in the post. So-and-so's banner has been banned for life. He said, we've never banned anyone. We're way too crass and opportunistic. He shares in the new documentary, Ladies and Gentlemen, 50 Years of SNL Music, which Casey was raving about. And that does include Sinead O'Connor, who drew up a photo of the Pope in 1992, and Rage Against the Machine, whose upside-down flag stunt in 1996, did literally get them locked away. Tom Morello revealed in the new documentary, he said the band ended up being locked in their dressing room by the Secret Service. So there have been dramatic moments.
Elvis Costello had one. He didn't play the song he was supposed to play.
Oh, really?
Well, they asked him not to play Radio. He started playing another song, and in the middle of it, he stopped, and he's like, nah, I'm gonna play this. And that's what they went with. And, yeah, that got him in trouble because they felt it would be a bad message. The record company told him it would be a bad message to send to radio.
But I'm telling you, go to Peacock and just watch the first 5. I could watch the first 5 minutes over and over and over again. It is so amazing what the people who edited this thing together did in the first 5 minutes. And I was like, okay, is this what the whole special is going to be? Because if so, I'll watch 2 hours of this.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Fleetwood Mac, final story, is getting to release a new box set. The band has collected 5 albums they released from 1975 to 1987 for the new set. So that means Fleetwood Mac, Rumors, Tusk, Mirage, and Tango in the Night are now all together in one convenient package.
That's pretty
Steve,
good.
How much would you expect to pay for
1995.
So they'll be reissued on crystal clear vinyl as a 6 LPB box set.
But there's more.
As well as a 5 CD set. And it will also be available digitally. The new collection drops on March 20.
Order now, and we'll throw in a loofah sponge.
Yeah. All right. And that is what I have in music news for you this morning. So we will take one more break. And when we return, we'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and then we'll get the hell out of here. So stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. And I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the
everybody
fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you did, look at that, like all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim
Yeah.
Carrey and all those all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But you also, your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself,
right?
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And like,
it got moved to 8. Started at
Did
9.
it start at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
the Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But
Right.
once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted.
Constantly.
What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward. Yeah.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
No,
can
that's
you
a
do
good
it?
question. We were wondering about that, about the, Preston and I were having a talk earlier about, the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette. And there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
Absolutely.
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who are in
That's
the club.
why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
outta
allowed.
here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
Well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yeah.
and people are going to go ape.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
if the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to
Or
ruin
do
it
you
for other
keep-
people.
Yeah,
No,
so,
that makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Which is
for pulling
also
his phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm going to Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
That got it done?
That got it done. Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
And the blaxploitation movies of the
those
70s.
are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with "Don't Be a Menace."
Yeah.
So I was on the set of "I'ma Get You, Sucker." 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing, and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later, Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I actually don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles and everything. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like
pussy.
Tom Petty on 93.3 WMMR American Girl, 10:50 a.m. Thursday morning. It is now officially No Sad Bro. We've see it just turned right in front of you. That's what happened.
It's a magical time. It's like when the clock strikes midnight.
Yeah, right.
Like the witching hour.
And you're there to witness
You know
it.
it's happening.
Yep. I would like to thank the following people for being a part of our program today. We had Jen from Alpha Bravo Canine stop by. They need your help. They need a new facility. Their rent got skyrocketed on them, and they need a new place to train these animals to help people with, veterans with PSDT issues. And if you can reach out, they would very much appreciate it. AlphaBravoCanine.org. They're looking for a facility that they can rent, something around 2,000 square feet. So please, if you can. And you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. There's a link to that right there. And then thank you to Rob McElhenney. Great conversation with Rob. He got up super duper early, Los Angeles time, to join us. And we talked about Mythic Quest. The 4th season is out. You can watch that. New episodes on Wednesday nights on Apple TV+. We had a great time talking about the Eagles and
rocking his Eagles wear.
Always Sunny and everything. It was excellent.
He added his photo from 2018 with him and Birdbot up to his stories on Instagram, too, so that's cool.
Excellent. Thank you, Rob. He's just the best. And we made an announcement. We are going to do Tattoos Day in a special way next week. We're having actual tattoos in the studio. Eagles tattoos given away for free.
Yes.
You got to sign up to be chosen, and we're going to choose randomly, by the way. So just go to PrestonandSteve.com. We'll get you on there. Floating World Tattoo and Piercing will be here in our Acme Lounge next week, and they'll start inking people up. You'll have a series of tattoos you can choose from.
And we'll be rolling out other things that are planned for next week as well. Obviously, it's going to reach a fevered pitch.
Most definitely. Pierre Robert is here.
Hello. When does the Robot Vag project launch?
It starts tomorrow, and Pierre, we call that BirdBot. So that'll be tomorrow morning, early. We'll get that started. So BirdBot. You like the lights?
I love the lights.
Yeah, you look...
A little disco light went on when you said that.
That's right,
That
man.
music.
Yep.
Man, that's groovy.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
So
it.
cool.
So that's tomorrow, and we'll keep tabs on it. And the whole goal is for people to take it, get a picture with it, and then move it on, give it to somebody else. Maybe leave your little mark on it if you want to.
We're going to need your assistance with that and everyone's assistance.
Any way I can help. I have participated in many of your projects, including launching badges before, several of them.
We've launched a lot of badges with you.
One time I was out in the country, some ungodly place you sent me to launch that thing, and it wasn't going well, and I sort of launched it, and I was there for like 45 minutes, and I finally called Marissa on the hotline. I go, am I coming back on again? She goes, oh, I didn't know you were still there.
Oh, that's funny.
And then you guys brought me on as a farewell. Now get out of here.
And that's the way we roll.
Sorry about that.
This is a lot more controlled.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, we'll get the letter of the day, and we'll get out of your way, all right?
No worries.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
T as in tour.
T is in tour. All right, one more letter to go, and then we are giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Tasties Soiree. This Sunday, the ceremony sold out, but tickets are available for the party, and that'll feature food and drinks from over 30 of Philly's best restaurants and spirit companies. Immersive room experiences as well, like the Patron Tequila and Illegal Mezcal and Tito's Vodka Puppy Lounge. The Tasty Soiree starts at 7 o'clock this Sunday, February 2nd, and you can visit deliciouscitypodcast.com for tickets. That's Marissa and her co-host.
Yes, it's going to be big.
Food podcast and their event taking place. We'll give that away tomorrow. What's happening on the show today?
Well, speaking of touring, I've got the 45th anniversary tour launching the Hooters for the year, which will happen at the Met Saturday, May 17th, a week after the Emma Barbecue. Tickets go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m., which is tomorrow at 10 a.m. The pre-sale started, by the way. WMMR.com has info on that. And we'll have a pair to give away. We got Phil Collins for his birthday. We got U2. And in honor of these concerts, which look to be big, I was back and forth toying with trying to go to them, but there are two of them in two different venues. The Fire Aid shows tonight. We'll play some music from bands that'll be there.
Excellent. All right, thanks, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', and the President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. It's also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and brought to you by Worldwide Stereo, turning dens into super boxes since 1979. WorldwideStereo.com. Tomorrow in a program, as we said, no sad bro. We will launch BirdBot tomorrow morning on the early side. Make sure you've tuned in. Our good friend Kate Flannery of The Office is stopping by in our studio.
That's good luck.
And we'll also have comedian Dusty Slay joining us. So those things and more tomorrow. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful day.
Yes.
And tomorrow we'll start the weekend. All right, we'll see you tomorrow again. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on
Mm-hmm.